Jay wanted him to do. But despite that, he invited Jay back over with the promise that he was going to do something he never done before. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see how the police traced Jay to that apartment. You will see that when Jay gets there, he lets Timothy know he's there. But right before Jay gets to his apartment, when he's headed over, right before he gets there, just a mere minutes, Timothy searches how long does it take to strangle someone. The evidence will further show that Jay never left that apartment on his own. Ladies and gentlemen, the detectives will tell you how they discovered Timothy was a suspect. They will tell you what he did the day after, or the same day after. We're going to walk through all the evidence. And they're going to tell you how we know that Jay is no longer alive. In preparing to speak to you all today, I was looking at some quotes and reading some things like I do, and I saw something and it said, "The rest is silence." Because I was thinking, what makes up a life? Jay's death is in silence. No more financial transactions. No more social media posts. No more contacts with his mother, not checking up on her, not on her birthday. No more contacts with his dogs. No more anything. The plans for grad school, to move, the dreams. All proof that Jay is no longer with us. In that proof, that is how we know that we must seek justice. And at the conclusion of the evidence, I'm going to come back before you. And I'm going to ask that you provide the only verdict that justice will demand. And it's going to be guilty. Thank you.
All right, everybody good on the jury? Officer, back, I want to see if anybody out there this started the show that would like to come in. I'm going to ask you, well, there's anybody coming and going on and come, then we having breaks. But if there's anybody out there that wants to come in now or leave now, they can do so. And you wish to make an opening statement this time, Mr. Hoban? Go ahead and be getting warmed up anyway. Be tuning up, okay? I'll just see if there's anybody there. All right. Once you're out, you're out. Once you're in, you're in.
I proceed, John.
Give me 1 minute. Go ahead. You done your...
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to tell each one of y'all, some of y'all sitting on this jury today, just one more answer to a question from the judge and counsel still being Hattiesburg family. One question it would be easy for each one of y'all, or at least some of them, have answered the question in different ways, and you wouldn't be in Austin, Mississippi. And I appreciate the fact that each one of y'all found your way to Austin and willing to do for the citizens of the state of Mississippi and the people of Austin, and for the parties of the state. I want to talk to you a little bit about the counsel opposite talked about as far as what they anticipate showing you in their case. First of all, I recall Creekmore using an old, what we call common law term of embezzlement. That is, tricking somebody to come over, or a child, normally it's in the case of children at a park or something, get a child, and you don't have to take them anywhere else. You take with them at that point in time, and technically, the heist is the kidnapping. Now, I notice that they didn't mention anything about the kidnapping aspect of it. They've got to prove that, Your Honor. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, they have got to prove that. That means that during the course of what they claim they're going to put into evidence, there's certain messages or conversations between Jay Lee and my client. They got to establish that happened. Because if that didn't happen, the rest of their case goes like a house of cards. You're going to, assuming the court allows any of this messaging and social media evidence in before you, you're going to hear that approximately 2:03, 2:04 in the morning, Jay Lee reached out, assuming it comes in, evidence, to this Herrington. And I implore you to find anything in what they provided to us that supports the proposition that there was any threat or anything in those messages that my client threatened him in any way, Mr. Williams. And I don't doubt, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear evidence about how David's mother loved him. I'm not saying he was a bad person, certainly not. The court's going to instruct you at the conclusion of this case that you cannot allow sympathy or a mother come into play here. You consider what she says as evidence. But y'all have got to decide in this case on facts. And what you're going to hear is nothing about a threat in any shape, form, or fashion from my client. And you're not going to hear that he searched anything about strangling anybody. That he gathered any information for that purpose. Now, I'm going to say this. You tell by the board hour yesterday, these are touchy subjects for everybody to get involved in. It doesn't matter whether or not it's heterosexual conduct or otherwise. Talking about creases of the night, late hours, about two consenting adults, what they're doing late at night, it's just touchy. Hard to board iron, hard to talk to George about it. People that you've never met before. But I say that because nothing against the young man, but there's going to be a lot of information I think you're going to hear about Mr. Lee's conduct prior to this night and the manner in which he conducted himself. I'm not passing judgment on the young man. Those are facts. You cannot abandon your sense of responsibility. That's what they're going to ask you to do. Worry about the facts. Worry about compassion. Worry about sympathy. Things that occurred in his life, it was not unusual for him to be going out in the middle of the night. I think the evidence is going to show. I didn't make these things up. It's going to be stuff that the state provided to us. Okay? The way it is. he did go over, according to what I anticipate the state is going to present to you, and again, assuming that the judge allows that evidence to come in, he did go over to my client's apartment. It's going to be their theory. But it was completely unannounced. No evidence otherwise. Not that they provided unless they're going to give it to us during the course of this trial. It'll be the first time I've heard it. And you're not going to hear anything during the course of their conversations about any argument. In fact, again, I keep saying it, assuming the state gets it proof in, Jay Lee makes a comment, makes that he sins. If this goes bad, it's not going to be good for you. I'm going to read that. And again, assuming it gets that far. Now, let's talk a little bit about what the state's required to prove and what I don't think their evidence is going to show. Proof of the death. First of all. Proof of any death whatsoever. 0. DNA evidence, blood, urine, trace evidence whatsoever. What counsel opposite told you that we don't have a body, not only do they not have a body, ladies and gentlemen, they don't have one scintilla. That means anything in legal terms. First of all, that a death occurred in Lafayette County if it did occur. Second of all, any trace evidence in his apartment by their own proof that they say they're going to put on and went over there twice, apparently engaged in sexual activity on 2 separate occasions, according to their proof. 0. I'm not saying speculatively, it is their proof that a crime was ever committed inside our client's apartment, or in the parking lot, or in his car, or in JD's car. Nowhere. I remember yesterday in counsel, Mr. Creekmore, I've known him a long time, he said, ladies and gentlemen, we think we're going to have a gamut of opportunities to find Mr. Herrington guilty of murder, manslaughter. What they're expecting you to do is to allow them to throw something up against the wall, hope it sticks, and you decide, hey, that's the proof you're going to hear. Objection. Argument. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to hear anything that supports a finding of a killing or a death. Period. You're going to hear some conversations between 2 young guys. Like I told y'all yesterday, I've got 7 kids. These kids nowadays send stuff back and forth to each other. That's what happened here. You're not going to find anything supporting whatsoever that inside his apartment anything untoward occurred. And finally, and probably most importantly, I want you to listen to a lot of the things during the course of this investigation that didn't occur. I'm going to say it now, and I'm going to repeat myself. 22,000 documents we've had provided and discovered, 7 law enforcement agencies, 71 search warrants, 71. And if they're going to be honest with you during the course of this presentation, when Miss Lee came up here and came to the University Police Department, they covered their whole department. Everybody got involved in this investigation. Our police department then got involved in it. They inquired with the FBI, Grenada County Sheriff's Department. 71 search warrants, and they haven't recovered not one bit of direct evidence to support this case. And I challenge the prosecution and the Oxford Police Department, Ryan Baker, nice fella, Jamie Portman, nice fella, challenge them to say we have one bit of direct evidence. You can't go on conjecture, you can't go on speculation, you can't go on suspicion. Guesswork, wonderment, all those things you can't do. It's got to be factual. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, this conversation or this search that she made reference to about strangling, we don't have any idea what the context of that may have been about. And they're not going to be establishing the crime case. That could have been something that my client was talking about, some sexual activity with a lady, or even Jay Lee. Who knows? Someone else. Or not else. But you're not going to find that he ever acted any evidence in that apartment. He acted in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that at the conclusion of this case, you're going to have just as many questions then as you do right now about whether or not they've proven a debt. You will, in my opinion, and I submit to you, you will not be satisfied if they establish that. Only a third you can return. It's going to be not guilty. Not the manslaughter, not the second degree, not the murder, certainly not the capital murder, or any of them. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, before we call our first witness, I got just one little short matter I got to take care of. Y'all wouldn't turn the jury. Don't get caught. We're not going to be there long anyway. Somebody find what rat's in the attic and get rid of it anyway. I don't know what's going on up there, but get that stopped anyway. All right, I'm going to have to, here on the first row, the court has entered an order that there can't be any T-shirts or any displays of support for one side or the other. You're welcome to stay, but I know people have strong emotions and strong feelings, but we can't be displaying any signs or T-shirts or anything like that for either side. And so if you would, you're welcome to stay, but we'll have to cover any of that up, okay? Take any buttons or pins or T-shirts or cover them or change clothes or something anyway. All right, that officer at the back, if y'all would see anybody trying to come in with a T-shirt or sticker or anything, let them come in once they've turned it inside out or covered it up or something, okay? Court being recessed just about 2 minutes. Kevin, y'all approach anyway. Is your first witness somebody we need to argue about? Who's definitely the mother, and we next will be Jennifer.
Do we have any?
Let's. Is there any objection to the first witness, Stephanie?
Sitting in the courtroom during open session.
I don't impose the rule.
Okay.
Did I put Daddy on? Okay. That's one down. We ain't got to
Let's
argue
get
about it.
Stephanie out of the way, except I don't want him live.
And at one time, open session.
Yeah, I don't impose the rule until the first witness is.
When you turn your head to it,
You're gonna put a couple of witnesses on this.
Are we ready for our first witness? Well, everybody get Debbie back up and we'll get started. Okay.
We got them all back.
We can get Mr. Creekmore back and we'll get kicked off. Ready, Mr. Creekmore?
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody get gathered back up anyway. Show the jury in. All right, everybody good on the jury? I want y'all to know that noise y'all was hearing in the attic is just not, we decided to work on the roof around today. We're trying to get the heat going for you anyway, so bear with us. I told them to try to hold off on that for lunch. Thank you, okay? Who in the state calls the first witness?
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Ms. Stephanie Lee.
Stephanie Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Somebody bring in Ms. Lee, please.
Your Honor, I don't want to waive any objections I had to the remainder of the list, but
We'll deal with those objections. You're not waiving anything. Well, Ms. Lee, face the court reporter there and be sworn in, please.
You always gonna have to do that side. Or you can sit here and do it when we get to that point. You can sit here and do it when we get to that point. You know?
We're not used to having good microphones around here. We do today. Keep that in mind. The mics are hot as a firecracker anyway when you're trying to have any private conversations. All right. She's been sworn. All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Lee, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Stephanie Lee. I'm the mother of Jimmie J. Lee III.
And you said you're the mother of Jimmie Dale J. Lee III?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did J. Lee like? What did he like to be called?
J.
Okay. Is that what y'all refer to him as?
Yes, ma'am. He's always wanted to be called J since early on.
You could tell me where are you from, Miss Lee?
I'm Jackson, Mississippi.
And is that where Jay was raised?
Yes, born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi.
So did he go to high school in Jackson?
Yes, ma'am. Started off at Oak Forest Elementary, then went later on went to Southwell Middle School, and Forest Hill, where he graduated from Forest Hill.
All right. Can everybody hear on him?
What else can y'all hear? All right. I'm calling the first judge. Somebody who is not anyway.
And when did Jay graduate?
2019.
And can you tell us a little bit about his schoolwork? Was he a good student?
Jay was very outgoing. In ninth grade, Jay started doing IB classes, international ed classes, so that he can advance his career. He then later proceeded to do IB classes. Once he did IB classes, went on to Jim Hill to do another accessory program to advance careers. Jay graduated at the top of his class, top 10 of his class. His dream was to come here to Ole Miss to complete his education in social work and a minor in business.
So did he eventually come to Ole
Eventually,
Miss?
yes, Jay's decision said, I want to go to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is my choice. And I said, okay, that's where you want to go. And we got everything set up and got moved down here. And he said, Mom, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to get my bachelor's degree within 3 years. I said, okay, you're going to do that? He said, yeah, I got everything set up where he graduated early in high school. He said, so I'll be able to complete college within 3 years instead of 4 years. And Jay did come down here and complete that and make that happen.
So when did he come to Oxford to go to Ole Miss? What year?
Coming this summer right after graduation.
So would that be about 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did he graduate from Ole Miss?
I think it was 2020.
Was it the same year he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
So would 2022 be around the right time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Lee, if you could tell me, what did Jay major in at Ole Miss?
Social work with a minor in business.
And did you attend his graduation?
Yes, me, my mother, sister, his dad, my other daughter and her family.
And would that have been around May 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
You said, if you tell me, how many siblings, other children do you have?
4. It's a total 4. It's 3 others.
And where is Jay in that line?
Jay is my baby.
And how much older are his siblings?
7 to 8 years older.
So when Jay went to college, who paid for his college?
His dad did a majority of the payments.
So did Jay, how was Jay financially supported while in school?
His father.
And is that your husband?
Yes, ma'am. Both of us contribute, me and his father.
So after Jay graduated with social work degree, do you know what his plans were?
He was getting his bachelor's, so his plans was to go back the next fall to complete his master's.
And do you remember what apartment Jay lived in? Or
Campus Walk. Campus Walk.
And is that on Ole Miss campus?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was like student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go a little bit more. What about Jay's car? How did Jay get around?
When he first came down to Ole Miss, one of the cars that we already had purchased early on, many years, he drove that here so that he could have transportation. But later on, he came to me and his father and said, Mom, I see this car that I want. Can your dad get it for me? So we proceeded to get it for him.
And what kind of car was that?
A Ford Fusion, 2015 Ford Fusion.
And so you all bought that for Jay?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember how Jay felt about his car?
Loved this car. Loved it. He proceeded to put electronics in it and order things off the internet and put things in it and to make it his own.
And do you know if he borrowed it out or let people drive it?
No, ma'am, never would do it.
Would it be fair to say he was protective of that car?
Very much so.
You said earlier that he came here. Did Jay have any pets or animals?
Yes, ma'am. Jay had Lexus. Lexus is a family dog that we had early on.
So about when did the family get Lexus?
It's been we had the dog about 13 years, about 10 or 13 years.
And how old was Jay when he went missing?
20.
Mm-hmm. So we had about 15 years. He had it for a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where was this dog? Was it with you all?
Came down here with Jay in Oxford.
So he lived with his dog on student housing?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about how that transpired.
So the first year Jay came down, Jay was like, Mom, I gotta have Lexus. I want Lexus here with me. And I said, well, you can't have the dog at the school, I don't think. He said, Mom, I think it can happen. I think it can be made happen. So Jay got with the counselors and everything, and then next fall that he's completed school and campus walk, Jay was allowed to bring Lexus here with them.
And kind of describe, like, what kind of dog is Lexus?
A Pomeranian.
So in July 2022, where did Lexus live?
With Jay.
I want you to tell me a little bit about Jay's financial situation. Did Jay have any credit cards?
Yes, only early on in life when Jay was in junior high, his dad proceeded to get him a credit card to establish credit for him. So yes, Jay had a credit card in 7th or 8th grade.
And what was his credit like?
I'm an 800.
To object to anything up to this point in time, I fail to see the relevance as line of question at this time.
I'm going to overrule your objection. I think they're laying a foundation for the case, and I'm going to overrule your objection.
You said he had credit cards. So who paid the credit cards?
His father.
So who funded Jay's life, would it be fair to say?
Myself and his father.
I want to go back to July 8th, 2022. Is that day significant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why that day is significant to you.
That's my birthday, July 8th.
Okay. And what about July 8th, 2022? Did anything else happen that day?
Yes, July 8th, 2022 it's a hard day to not forget. That was my birthday, and Jay would call me every year on my birthday to sing happy birthday, no matter what time it was. So around that time, about 2 o'clock in the morning, I was asleep, and he texted me and said it was your birthday.
So before we go further, I want to backtrack a little bit. You said every year he would call you to sing happy birthday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your relationship with Jay. How often did you all talk?
Every day.
And when you say every day, was that because you called him every day? He called you? What happened?
That was every day. We both been daily calling each other. He would communicate with me about school, what was going on. We would talk about work and different things of life expect. And it was not a day that would go by that we would not communicate with each other.
And when you say communicate, do you mean text or phone call, just phone calls?
Phone calls.
And more than once a day or just once a day?
I would talk to Jay 2 or 3 times a day when I get up in the morning, and in the evening on my way home from work, before I go to bed at night. You know, it was a touch base at all times.
And he would reach out to you too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so let's go back to July 8th. You said it was your birthday, and I believe you said that you got a text at 2 a.m., but you didn't get it. When did you receive Jay's text message?
So I woke up about maybe in the 4 o'clock hour, and I went into his room. I don't know what led me there, but I went into his room, and I looked at my phone, and I seen that he had texted me at 2. But Jay holds a job also here, and so I said, okay, I won't call him back now because maybe he's sleeping. I'll get back in communication with him a little while. By the time I think he'd get up for work.
So you said Jay holds a job. Well, before that, you went to his room. Where were you located?
I was in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay. And that's where you currently still live?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said he had a job. What job did he have?
Mental health program here. It was his internship. He was doing his interns within a mental health program here.
Was that for like class credit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So jump back in. You said that you went to his room. You thought, I'm not going to bother him. Did you ever try to reach out to him again?
I kind of nodded off a little bit, trying to give him enough time to get up. But in the morning at 7 o'clock, because me and his dad was getting ready to travel because it was my birthday, so I kind of like responded to a text where he's a happy face, to let him know that I received his text because, not sure if he was getting up for work or whatever he was going to be doing. So we were in the process of getting ready to go out of town to Biloxi, Mississippi, and I gave him a text back with a smiley face.
What were you expecting?
I was suspecting his call at that point because of him knowing that I'm up. Okay, the first thing he's going to do, hey, Mama, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. I love you.
And that was every year he called you and saying that?
Yes.
And did you get a response?
No, I did not.
And about what time was this?
It was in the 7 o'clock hour. So when I did not receive that response.
And you're talking about AM or PM?
AM.
Okay. So go on. When you didn't receive that response, what did you do?
I kind of brushed it off a little bit, saying maybe he was sleeping because he had been up earlier on texting me. So I said, okay, maybe he's sleeping. He'll get in touch with me as soon as possible. So me and his dad proceeded to go out of town.
What were your plans for that day?
My plans was my husband was taking me out for my birthday when we was going to drive down to Biloxi for my birthday.
But how long does it take to get from Jackson to Biloxi?
Roughly about 3 hours.
So you tried to call him, he didn't answer.
Yes, in the process of going down there, I hadn't received a call, and that wasn't normal. And I was driving down there, I was looking at his location. I said, it's not like Jay not to call me, all days he's going to call me, but, like when we traveling, he would call, hey, I see you all are here, I see you all are there, where are you going,
And how would he see you or places? You saying, I see you all are here, I see you all are there. What are you referring to?
We shared these locations. He had my location, I had his location.
And this was using your phone?
The iPhones, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you said you checked his location. When you checked his location, what did you see?
When I first seen his location, when I first checked his location, he was just showing he was at Campus Walk, at his apartment. And that was early on. And so, like I said, we proceeded to go on out of town. And once we proceeded to go on out of town, during the trip, I just told my husband, I said, I hadn't heard from Jay. This is not normal. I said, Jay would have called, and which my husband knows already, too. He said, that's strange. He ain't called. I said, yes, he had to call. I hadn't heard from the early on text. And I was just worried the whole trip down there. So we proceeded to go on down there. And we got to our destination, and I just continued to try and call Jay periodically throughout the day and didn't get a response.
And so after trying to call him and not getting a response, what did you do?
It was later on in the evening. So
This is still July 8th?
Yes, ma'am, it's still July 8th. It was later on in the evening, and I told my husband, I said, I'm just puzzled. I'm not content with not being able to communicate with him. And he said, baby, what we'll do, we'll lay here tonight and we'll go to Oxford first thing in the morning. And that's what we did.
And did you reach out to anyone in Oxford?
I did. In the process of that, I made a number of calls to Oxford PD doing wellness check. I called periodically the day of July 8th, probably 9-10 times, maybe more, I'm not sure, but I kept calling and telling them that I needed them to go and do a wellness check with my baby. And,
So on July 8th, you did report that you were worried about him to authorities in Oxford.
yes, ma'am.
So I believe you said that night, did y'all stay in Biloxi? Kind of go back through that.
Yes, ma'am, we did. We stayed there. And in the process of staying there, This is when his location went off, like someone discarded his phone, whereby they had a star up there where I couldn't see his location. So I proceeded to call. I knew that he communicated with Jose. So I reached out to my oldest child and I said, can you communicate with Jose? Can you find his number on Instagram or somewhere so maybe he can go over to the apartment to see if he see Jay's car or something, what's going on, because they can't contact Jay. So in the process of this, Taylor communicated with Jose, and Jose went over to the apartment. And he communicated back with us and said, well, Mama Lee, I hear the dog in the house. I hear Lexus there. And Jay wouldn't leave Lexus too often because Jay take Lexus everywhere he go. And I hear the dog in the apartment, but I don't see Jay's car. And also, Jay shared location with Jose here too.
Detective, hearsay, Your Honor, I know it's a touchy situation.
And also Jay's shared locations too.
Hearsay statements at this time, Your Honor.
Hearsay as to what,
The witness
We-
told her about the car.
all right, what's the state's?
Your Honor, we are not offering this. One, the state didn't elicit any of that, but two, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. We're offering it to show why she was calling up to Oxford for a welfare check, how she's going to later, she's getting into they're going to go up to Oxford. It's not being offered to say that he was or wasn't there, but for the effect on Miss Lee.
Limited, very limited, okay?
Is there a way we could get her some water or something?
Can you get a water too, please?
Your Honor,
Thank you.
I want to make my objection clear that wasn't objecting to the fact that she reacted on behalf of the conversation, which is whether or not there's hearsay and hearsay, and I understand the court's ruling, but we're limited.
We're gonna move on from that line of question anyway.
So, Miss Lee, without going into what anyone said, did you, this point we were, you checked with Jose. Who is Jose?
Jose is Jay's friend.
And after hearing from Jose and not hearing back from Jay, what did you and your husband do next while in Biloxi?
We packed up our bags, and we packed our bags, and we drove across from Biloxi, Mississippi, all the way here to Oxford, Mississippi.
And when you got here, did you go to Jay's apartment?
We went directly to Jay's apartment. Yes, ma'am.
Was he there?
No, ma'am, he was not.
And did you contact law enforcement when you got there?
Yes, we did.
Had Jay been found by that point?
No, ma'am.
Since that time, have you heard from Jay Lee, your son, again?
No, ma'am.
So what was the last thing you ever heard from your son?
It's your birthday with that text that he sent.
And that was at 2 a.m. on July 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
And since that time, I know you talked about, the credit cards. Have there been any charges that you've had to pay for Jay's credit cards?
No, ma'am.
Even to, this is 2022, it's now December 3rd, 2024. Since that time, have there been any charges on those cards?
No, ma'am.
Have there been any withdrawals from his accounts?
No, ma'am.
You said Lexus?
Yes.
Where is Lexus now?
With Jay's sister, Taylor Carey.
And who took Lexus from Oxford?
My daughter, Jessica Coleman.
So, did Jay ever come back and get Lexus?
No, ma'am.
Did you all ever get Jay's stuff from Oxford?
It's still here being housed in Oxford. We got some.
So y'all came and got some of his stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all had access to his apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had access to his apartment, were his bags packed?
No, ma'am.
Were items of clothing missing?
No, ma'am.
From what you could tell, were his prized possessions still there?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that you and Jay talk every day.
Yes, ma'am.
Was Jay happy?
Yes, he was.
Did he ever express to you anything about wanting to end his life?
No, ma'am.
Brief indulgence. Has Jay ever disappeared for long periods of time?
No, ma'am.
Since you gave birth to him, have you ever gone a day without talking to him?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Ms. Lee, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And does that photograph accurately represent what Jay looked like in 2022 when he was 20 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
And has there been any alterations to it since it was provided to the state?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor. And who was it a picture of? I apologize.
It's my son, Jay Lee. So it's his first day at his first job when he first graduated high school.
Your Honor, at this time I move to enter into evidence a photograph of Jay.
Any objections? Any objections? All right, photograph be admitted. As you gonna do these S1s and B1s, or how you doing?
S1.
All right. S1 be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
You may. Let the bailiff. Oh, you gonna do it the newfangled way? Go ahead.
Just put it in.
We can display it up there. There we go.
Y'all screens working over there? Okay. Let me know if they ever don't. Okay.
Okay.
Help you with the
There's a little
sun.
bit of glare. How do I get rid of it? Oh, it's just this screen? It's just my screen. Okay. Miss Lee,
Yes.
is that the photo S1 of that you just identified of your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that that accurately represents what he looked like when you last saw him?
Actually, he had braids. He had put some braids in his hair.
Okay, so having braids in his hair, how did Jay normally like to dress?
Flamboyant.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well.
He's real flamboyant. He's had this outgoing. He would put on silk slacks and shirts, flower shirts, nice shirts to go with it. And
So you said he flamboyantly dressed.
yes,
Okay. He was a happy kid.
he's very happy.
Everybody good on the jury? All right. You made it, me cross them down.
Jury done with the exhibit, John?
You can move if you like. Let the court report.
Okay, I got you. I did. Ms. Lee, good morning.
Morning.
This photograph, your direct testimony that this was taken when he graduated high school, is that correct? Or
It was
shortly
the
after?
summer, so it was shortly after.
And when did he braid his hair? Did he do that shortly after he got to Ole Miss?
It was different times he would do it. It wasn't shortly after. It was different times. He would wear different hairstyles.
And for purposes of the record, you stated you went to Oxford and arrived about what time?
Can't give you an exact time that I arrived.
Okay. And prior to this particular date, can you tell me the last time you had been to Jay Lee's apartment?
I came down, and last time I came to his apartment was in May when he graduated college,
Okay.
receiving his bachelor's degree.
So in May, you came to see him
Graduate.
graduate, went by his apartment in May, and the next time would have been July the 8th when you left.
No, that's not correct.
Okay,
He
when's the
also
next
came
time?
down for the 4th of July holiday.
Okay,
He had just left home for the 4th of July holiday. He came down for the holiday weekend.
I just want to make sure. You came to graduation 4th of July weekend, and did you stay at Jay's apartment?
No, actually, he came home for the holiday 4th of July.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Lee. I don't think you understood my question. If I ask a question and
What was your
my
question?
question was the last time you had come to Oxford and been to his
The
apartment.
last time I came in May when he graduated college.
That's what. So he came home in July,
That's correct.
and he had the braids in his hair at that time.
No, he did not.
Okay, but he wore braids regularly and he dressed flamboyantly during this time frame of July the 8th.
Different times he would change his sense of style, his hairstyles.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee. That's all I have.
All right. Are you ready?
Ms. Lee, you said was July 4th the last time you saw Jay in person?
Actually, it was July 6th before I went to work that morning. Jay was at home, but he also had a job that he holds. So he went to leave Jackson to come back to Oxford before I got off work that evening.
Okay. And the July 4th holiday was like a family thing?
It was a family gathering, yes, ma'am.
So he was in Jackson July 4th and then July 6th, and he went back up to Oxford for work for July 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
This week be finally excused so that she can be in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Lee, you're excused as a witness. If you wish to stay in the courtroom, you can, or you're free to go. When you like, okay? On our next witness, sir, we're going to need some time before. Y'all discuss that and see if we're going to need to ask the jury to step out.
Yes, sir.
Y'all gonna get plenty of exercise. It's gonna be on a short burst, but y'all gonna get a lot of exercise, especially the man, a guy on the truck anyway. A lot of exercise. So remember the court's instructions, don't discuss the case, don't express or form any opinions about the case. All right, Mr. Creekmore, who would you state call as the next witness?
The state will call Jennifer Buford.
Jennifer Buford. I understand there's objection to Ms. Buford's testimony.
It is.
Tell me what that objection is.
Her name was disclosed in the 1121 disclosure of witness. This morning, I received from the state contents of emails between Ms. Buford and apparently Jay Lee, the alleged victim in this case, this morning. I would object to, first of all, the untimely disclosure on the 21st, and certainly the untimely disclosure content.
On the 21st, was anything revealed to you as to what the nature of Ms. Buford's testimony was intended to be?
It was not.
What is the intended nature of Ms. Buford's testimony?
She is the advisor at the University of Mississippi for Jay Lee. And, you know, her name was disclosed top of the list on November 21st, 2024. Prior to that, there should have been, at one of the discovery conferences, I'm sure we've talked about her and made her available, anybody available, and what they intended to say.
It's,
I don't
was the defense advised of what the nature of Ms. Buford's testimony was going to be? That's either that's a yes or no. That's a yes or no, not necessarily in writing, but at some point was Ms. Buford, that what Ms. Buford's proposed testimony, was that provided to the defense or not?
It should have been in the discovery.
Let's get down to yes or no's. And now y'all are all officers of the court. It was or it wasn't anyway.
Officer of the court, again.
8:45
this morning, we received the email of conversations.
Prior to that, was the defense advised as to what the nature of Ms. Buford's proposed testimony was, whether it be orally, writtenly, or anything else?
I believe that they would be able to look back in October of this year when subpoenas were issued for her records. And there would have been a return on the subpoena. And I know that we, as a rule, have them sent to defense, so they should have the return on the subpoena that we got from that October 2024.
Do you have a copy of that subpoena and what it asked for?
It should be in the file now.
I was hoping that somebody besides me would look, because do y'all have an independent copy other than the court's file here?
I don't have it right now.
When would that have been?
October 2024.
Y'all have that on the computer. Look right now and see if you've got a subpoena for the records of Miss Buford and what specifically that subpoena asked for.
September 30th of 2024. I've got a electronic copy of it. Email records between Jennifer Buford, University of Mississippi employee, and Jimmie D. Lee, University of Mississippi student.
Just let me look at it anyway, if you don't mind.
What date was that? September 30th.
Was the defense copy made aware of this subpoena?
They should have gotten it whenever we filed it.
Can't hear what he's saying, Your Honor.
Well, I guess it'd be more proper for me to talk to Mr. Creekmore. I've looked at it. You can take it. You can take it. Procedurally, when a subpoena was issued in this matter, how, if any manner, was the defense copied on the subpoenas?
I think we've been sending them copies. And if not, MEC should send them to them.
Subpoena was filed under seal, Your Honor.
I'm hearing a lot of, I think, and I'd like to hear a lot of yes or no.
Didn't receive anything.
Will the defense represent the court that they did not receive this copy of this subpoena?
I'll ask.
That's yes or no, anyway.
We did go and get a copy from the clerk later on, a copy of sealed subpoenas. We have not got any return on that subpoena. None has been filed, I don't believe, in the court file.
So the defense has received a copy where the state subpoenaed the email records of Ms. Buford concerning the emails.
We retrieved that copy. We did, Your Honor.
I'd like to see the emails yourself that's going to be proposed and used in evidence.
We're not going to use the emails themselves. And I sent the emails to them this morning just so they would have them available.
You're not going to attempt to introduce those emails into evidence?
No, sir, just to get into what was the nature of their discussions. Her as an advisor to Jay Lee, and they would have them available. And I knew she was going to be called as a witness. There's a lot of documents, and I'm pretty sure that when we've instructed our investigator to get with their office to make sure that everything we have is everything that we have, I assume that was part of it.
What was a part of it?
The emails.
The emails?
Right. So sending them today was just putting them on notice that we did intend to call Ms. Buford as a witness, and she is the first witness on the state's disclosure.
I'm not going to let you introduce any emails between. Tell me what, if you're not going to introduce try to introduce emails between the parties. What is the proposed testimony of Miss Buford?
That she was Jay Lee's advisor, that he graduated with honors, that she was also over the internship program and was supervising him during the internship. Even though he walked, he still had that internship program that he was doing the summer of 2022, in July of 2022. Plus, he also had, she had communications with him about Lexi, the dog, being able to be with him on campus. And that's it.
What's added to that? What's added to that we hadn't already heard anyway? What of that has not been covered by his mama, Mr. Lee's mother?
The fact that it comes from the advisor in an independent relationship. She is his advisor, supervisor over the internship program, and that he independently had communications with her about his school, about the dog. These are all important to establish that he's not the kind of person that is just going to be leading these.
I'm going to limit it, very limited, and I'll cut you off real short. I'm going to let you talk very limited about Miss Buford. She was listed on the witness list. Those text messages, unless the state can state affirmatively that those emails were provided to the state, and to the defense, and I see the defense shaking their head that there wasn't, unless the state is prepared to say that they, prior to this morning, gave those emails. I'm not going to let those emails be introduced in evidence this time, but I will let you question her about the relationship. You want to say something? Go ahead. Okay.
Your Honor, first of all, I'm going to have to do this on every witness that we're going to have on this thing. It's giving an impression to the jury that I'm trying to, that I'm objecting, and I don't know how to handle it.
The jury's not here, right?
I understand that, but I'm voicing my objections in front of the jury.
I understand your objection. I'm going to cut the state off real short.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Keep it very brief, very limited to.
Is she here in the courtroom? Or close, so I can ask her a couple of questions?
I'll give you an opportunity. All right. Somebody get Miss Buford.
She's in that.
Y'all let her talk. Not let the email in. So. Hey, I'm just. All right. All right, are we ready? All right. The objections of the defense will be noted for the record. I am going to exclude the introduction or references of any emails at this time, but I will allow a limited examination of Miss Buford in the nature of what was enlisted as proposed testimony anyway. So if somebody would get Miss Buford, please. You have an opportunity to talk to Miss Buford.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring the jury in. Come around, Miss Buford. We'll get the jury straight and then we'll get you sworn in, okay? All right, you may be, let's swear the witness, please. Come around and have a seat with witness, sir. You may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell the jury who you are and what you do?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Buford. I work at the University of Mississippi in the Department of Social Work. I serve as a clinical instructor of social work and field education director. And Jay Lee was in my class at the time that he went missing.
All right. How long have you been in that position?
I've worked at the University of Mississippi for approximately 12 years.
And have you been a field supervisor? Is that what you called it?
Field education director.
Field education director. What does that mean?
I supervise field education internships for social work students at both the bachelor's and the master's level.
Okay. Placing students in a professional setting.
That's correct.
Students,
making sure that they meet CSWE competencies as they are practicing.
Okay. And you said Jay Lee was a participant. And what was his major? Do you know?
Social work.
Social work.
He's a bachelor's of social work student.
Okay. Were there requirements, like standards before they could participate?
Sure.
In that internship program?
Before they can intern, students are required to complete all other classwork, all classes aside from the internship and seminar class.
All right. So in May of 2022, had Jay Lee completed his requirements for his degree?
All of the requirements aside from the internship and seminar class, which is a 12-hour class.
And as far as those requirements, do you know whether he graduated with any kind of honors or anything of that nature? Do you know?
His graduation was an honorary graduation because he wasn't there to complete.
Okay. But as far as scholastic honors, do you know whether he had any scholastic honors?
No, I do not.
Okay. You're saying he didn't, or you don't know?
I don't know that he did. No.
Okay. And do you know whether he participated in any groups, organizations on the campus?
He was a member of the Black Student Union Association and ASB,
Okay.
Associated Student Body, and worked with the LGBTQ community on campus.
Okay. With that organization, do you know if he held any positions in those organizations?
From his email signature, he said he was director
Okay.
of that.
All right. Can you tell the jury how long when you first became aware of Jay Lee in a professional capacity, him as a student and you as a field education advisor?
So I met Jay Lee in the fall of 2021 when he was enrolled in Social Work 335, which is Social Work Practice 1. My next class with Jay Lee was in the spring of 2022, where he was enrolled with Fields of Social Work, where we were preparing for the internship experience in that class. And then the last time in the summer of 2022, where he was completing his internship experience.
Were you able to make any observations about him as a person, his personality?
Yeah, I mean, Jay Lee was a strong presence. He was very outspoken, expressive, and he communicated his thoughts and feelings, very well.
Do you know whether he had a pet?
I do know that he had a pet because he reached out to me once the fall semester, the first semester, and asked if it was okay if he could bring his pet to class.
All right. Did you authorize that?
No, I could not authorize that because it was against the policies. But
Okay.
he, asked every one of his teachers if he could bring his Pomeranian, I believe it was,
Okay.
who he'd had for 10 years.
All right. Did you actually recommend that he be placed in an internship setting?
I met with him to discuss various options, including what his interests were and what internships were available. And through that, we together decided that CPS was the choice that he actually ended up working at, Lafayette County CPS. So, and
What is the Lafayette County CPS?
that's Child Protective Services.
And what do they do?
They protect the children of Lafayette County from child abuse, neglect,
Things of that
investigate, yes.
nature. All right. And your responsibilities as the field advisor, while he was in that program, would you have been in contact with him
Oh, yes.
daily, weekly?
Our class would meet on Fridays, usually from 10 to 12. Other than that, I would meet, as a matter of fact, the last time I met with him and the field instructor was in June, mid-June,
Okay.
for our midterm evaluation. Just to
Midterm
kind of-
evaluation. So on July 8th of 2022, would Jay Lee have been still placed with the Lafayette County CPS?
That's correct.
How long was that program to continue?
Until the
Until he got
end
his
of
response.
July. Okay, so he had to complete 400 hours during that summer.
And do you know how many hours he had completed up until July the 8th?
He was within a few weeks of being finished.
So he wasn't done?
No.
Okay. And how did you find out that he never showed back up at his spot as an intern at Lafayette County CPS after July the 8th?
I believe his field instructor reached out and told me that he was not at the internship. And she was just kind of concerned about him. Yeah.
Connor, not to lay it far, I understand it was testimony was going to be.
Let's bring it to an end anyway.
Had anybody ever contacted you about Jay Lee not showing up where he was was supposed to be prior to that?
Prior to that, no.
That's all I have.
Cross-examination?
Your Honor, no questions for this witness.
All right. May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Buford. You're welcome to stay, but you're free to go, okay? All right. Normally lunch is whenever we get to a stopping point. And today, the stopping point just happens to be at the time your lunch gets here anyway. We got lucky today, but don't expect us to be so punctual every time. But most days, rather than trying to herd you up and get you here, there, and the other, we're going to bring your lunch to you in the jury room. We're going to carry you out at night and feed you a good meal, but we're going to let you eat here today. Remember the court's instructions. Don't discuss the case even amongst your fellow jurors. Don't inform or express any opinions. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. And don't try to investigate the case. That being said, have a good lunch. And we'll be ready to start back at 1, okay? Court being recessed until 1 o'clock for the lunch break. I'll be back here.
There's a matrix, but it's not available to anybody right now.
Oh, no, I was just saying that everybody has the brand like you.
I've got another splitter if more people show up too.
Well, we have 3 more.
Okay, what do you
All we need is make the buffet.
I know, right?
My responsibility to stops right there with that splitter.
And they reached out.
What's up?
So I was copied on the message.
Oh, but you know this one?
There was a message that said,
Is there a way for me to bring this closer?
I don't remember what it says. We're here to help. Yeah, so I don't know if you got it or not.
I can't see you. Right now, it's, I'm focused on that. But if you want to start working on that, email me.
Because it's,
I get it.
I'm saying,
So you can email me,
off on
see
that.
if I get it. I get yours, and I'll send it, I'll respond to you, and we'll figure it out. You sure? I mean,
Yeah, I'm with the
I have to
chat now.
leave to go to class.
Oh, okay, go.
I mean, I don't have to go to class until tomorrow. Okay, but I know it's gonna be back later. Okay, all right. Do this later. Let's do this later. Excellent. Let's do this later. Of course.
yeah.
I will, when I'm back at my computer and can actually see more, and I didn't log it over here, because I really want to ask you. My last name is a little bit of a nightmare, sometimes I have trouble getting emails to cover things. Well, I mean, I was responding.
I'll give this.
It's not me.
Oh, yeah, we got the same story.
It was. So we will get you. And I don't believe the records that you get.
I got my Oh, I didn't realize I'll go ahead.
I'm working remotely half the time and I'm there half the time. So, take care of my mother. Okay. I'm always working. Some of these I'm not. This week I'm honestly not there.
Light shot. No way.
It's not my favorite. But anyway, I'll survive. And I won't be here all week. Started with, everything looked great. Come and go.
Oh, this is my timeline. I'm
Yeah, and so you're studying, you're studying.
Yes.
Joanne?
Still more.
Yeah, it's higher, but then 2 years.
2 years.
He still lives here.
No, I didn't.
He was one of my favorite people.
Yeah, I worked with him in the old Jackson.
Yeah.
Yes.
He said he was one of the last people to interview Ross Barnett.
Really?
Yeah. And he told me a little bit about the day, and I was like, oh my gosh, gross.
Yeah, Ron Barnett always came to the Sheldon Fair and sang reunion for Dixie. A very tail end of that. The year I was an intern, summer intern.
Joe Atkins was in shadow.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
I will have the, and his, Charlie Mitchell.
yes.
He's still there? Yeah, yeah.
He's dealt with a lot of accidents.
I got a lot of work to see.
Just one.
You're gonna graduate in
May.
May.
Final. Taking 6 years. You know, non-traditional students and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So where do you hope to land?
I'm working on that. I'm going to report in my dreams to juvenile justice, but mainly like narrative telling stories. Julia James, I think 2023, it was July 23, she wrote an amazing story about a young man, kid, 6 years old, 6, 7 years old, who'd been arrested by a student research officer. Not been, anything, a lot of it to do with him not following his behavioral procedures or order. You know, I know a lot about my son is disabled.
I don't.
Negative run-ins with student research.
This is where I keep all my videos and.
All of that is led me to
Mississippi is not a friendly state.
So, yeah, all of that is led me to
Oh, that's right.
Some of it involves getting it today, seems to be.
No.
That does the most to that sort of thing. So, and this year, there's going to be a huge push in the legislature. Once they're all, it's going to be, change the system, you know. I saw that last week, that story with Taylor. Yeah, I saw that last week. You may want to read, you may want to read the report. It said, the report that was from yesterday, from the SPLC.
No.
Oh, sorry. It was a special committee, set up and studied it for 7 years. And Stacey Bell,
I'm gonna try and turn it on.
chair of that. And they've had hearings, and you can actually go to the legislative website and you can pull up and
Right.
watch those hearings.
I'm counting on our start from each of the lawyers. The top side.
Check it out.
Flip side. And then that side.
I'll be ready whenever
Like
you're
the
ready.
logo that
I should have you that hopefully before this lunch.
report, newsletter about what if you want, to be back.
No.
No, I'm
Format
probably
is
gonna
bad.
lose it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll take one of
Probably
yours.
gonna- I'm probably gonna- Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow after. And it's and my version of it, no, it's not how I'd have written it if I were, commercial newspaper journalism, whatever, it's institutional journalism. Got it. I'm doing my best to learn that. Yeah, so I had to learn that, yes, kind of. Or you can pull it up on the front page of the Judiciary website. Okay. There's a link to the most recent newsletter, it's the October newsletter, and it's in the cover newsletter, and that'll give you the basics of what they wanted. They didn't endorse one or the other, they had 3 options. To like reestablish or to change around the reporting. Okay. Yeah, that's, it's very pertinent. And that's kind of, that's the whole reason I do this, but, okay. I mean, I can do any kind of, love political reporting. Yeah, I love political reporting. I love Mississippi politics. Big fan. Just from a, that was not my cup of tea. Just from a reports. Outsider perspective. I mean, I know that I'm an insider. Live and work and, you know, raise my child in Mississippi. Someplace they'll let you do what it's, if you're
We got our blade
doing
side, so
what
we
you
got the
love,
black
it's not
man.
really work. That's what they say.
But at least we got the version where you don't
I'm
have to
starting
have
real.
that.
So I'll start with something. I'll start to.
Control compared to
Oh,
samurai.
I was like, yeah, blades, like, no, I got black man. But it's the better version of 24. It doesn't have to be adapted.
Like the black magic editing software, like I've purchased before. I'm enjoying it. This, I think, is just way too much.
Now, unless there's something that can come in handy with Kent, I wouldn't lie, because those batteries don't last long. Apparently, these use the same batteries on like pop-ups.
You know, I always think that I would work on these, but I would just think that it would suck them so, like, I just want to plug it in.
Yeah, but no, I always prefer. But it's like I brought my back light battery charger through this case.
Like,
This is why.
this little girl saying this blade over here is burning up.
Oh yeah, they burn up. And this time you gotta give it like, let it rest for 10 minutes.
You go get food?
Yeah, I got little, I don't know, is that ready machine downstairs?
Oh, man, there's so much food in this corner.
We got 50 minutes. I brought the Lunchables, the
yesterday?
She was. How long? That led to a whole nother sort of issue, but
Just didn't want to send anybody on jury selection day.
yeah, she didn't mention anything. She's agreed to staying down here at the hotel. I live in South Lake, so I'm driving back.
That'd be nice.
So I told her, they offered me, I was like, I'm in South Haven. I'll make the drive there.
Yeah, we need to get an offer. Last trial, a lot of people kept bringing me food. This trial, they gave me parking and food. This trial, they gave me y'all shelter.
I'm like, Reed brought her cat over. What? I said, the cat was not happy this morning when I checked.
I was like, I'm gonna be here for a week. You know, I have friends who were like, oh, I remember you, but I was like, she's a little, they've been
Clean?
gone for a long time.
She
has a
clingy?
little
You're
concern.
Bree?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Beverly,
Hi.
and I'm sure that my cat Joseph is having mom trouble.
See, I know, I was like, I'm gone for like a week. She kind of has like separation anxiety. She kind of starts acting out, so I was like, I'll just bring her with me.
You're staying here? I didn't even recognize you with the
red
new
hair?
dude.
I know.
Yeah, a ginger now.
A ginger now.
Yes.
Are you coming? So you're coming every day? Like this?
These are going to be like 12-hour days for however long this goes.
See, they don't want to pay the overtime.
Yeah.
But they spend more money in the hotel than they don't realize.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty happy to get overtime today. No, I
So
had
more
to-
than that.
I added 30 minutes on the
As you
trip.
should.
Going back.
The 90 minutes.
I left it up to Nick because I was like, it was told to me it was the email.
Yes.
Then an hour
I double
15
checked it was
back.
the email.
Yes.
So,
Well, like
You never
14.
I think I asked him when I
13, 14.
Like my guess is that we'll probably leave about 7.
behind this on this. He said, yeah.
Leave the station around 8:30.
I was just inquiring.
I was not.
I was
I was off. I was not going to text anybody yesterday on my day off.
You shouldn't. My phone, when I'm off, my phone goes off.
Well, my phone doesn't go off, but I do. Like, you guys to the point, like, people just know, like, my brother used to work with my same brother. He was pretty much my brother, and he worked with me. I've known him long before we worked at the news station. And even on my days off, if he was working and I wasn't, he would send me a message beforehand, like, hey, man, I'm about to hit you up. It's not work. Pick it up. I have no idea what has what, so it's going to be basic.
It's probably going to be clip 1 or
Hamburger, chicken.
whatever. Yeah, I'm easy. I'm easy. Get what you want and just. I'm a cheap date, dude.
Man, say less.
I'm going to Target my food.
Thank you. Let's assume it was correct. Mississippi, you'll want to do it tomorrow, unless you want to get with them and y'all work it out. Just do one. So, all right.
You're not recording some time go very well. That's a head change. I brought a lunch full time, scarlet down before, so.
Yeah, I have to run my car to go get my Celsius, but I have some snacks.
Maybe one day we come home, buy some lunch for you, but it's good stuff. It's not really like fast food options.
Yeah, no, all of it is back out.
Yeah.
You know, I had
Drive.
bread, that's what it's called yesterday, I had a really good, like, Asian
South
salad.
Depot Taco Shop is good. It's like a local version of Sheldon. And so it's very quick. Also, they have fried chicken as an option. Put in burrito and nachos. South Depot Taco Shop.
I'll have that tonight.
And our places with them, it is that kind of get fairly quick. But Ajax is rolling real good, but that was 17 place over everything else.
Almost done with the 4 of this. I'm trying to finish this. Just need to do the sound bites then. And then you let me know what is easier. They're all like TBD, just let me know. I hope I let you know during lunch. So I was like, would it be easier to do a package?
But you gotta track it and all that. So it's like, I would just do those things, just like those things. Because I don't want to point them out the track. I'm going to cut them off. The way you spend it for them, I think is better.
Yeah.
So just keep it simple.
I think 5 would probably just do the first 2 witnesses. And then we got them all ready.
If you want to do like this, I know it's not, that's not a problem.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I think, yes, before I'm putting the
I'll pull
file on
files.
this. Okay, I'm gonna do different prosecutions, but it's like 4, 5. Maybe we'll just pair 2 witnesses
Even,
here.
even with the timeline, still put the time going.
Yeah, I will.
So,
And then,
now you're lost.
File 1.
it's not
Seems,
bad.
it seems pretty good. The volume, I didn't have to hear it, but it seemed like the pay was catching good volume.
Yeah, no, it's fine here. I haven't listened to stuff in the witness stand yet, but honestly.
That was probably the best stuff.
Yeah, because I can hear.
Yeah,
I'm like,
they would come through the speakers or something.
it's so hard to like hear just talking. This is like, I can't hear what he's saying. Like,
So I'm double check, wait, are they done or you don't think they're sitting?
well, at first I thought he was saying that they were doing for the day, and I was like, really?
No, don't do that. We're gonna do packaging. Actually, I'd be like, wait, if we're done for the day, we're 2 hours ahead. Let's just go to you and my inside. Let's go home like 2 o'clock. And ring up that bill on your damn, on the food box. Make sure you get that content.
Oh, no.
I'll look for it. I'll see if I can find it.
That's good enough for me.
Listen, I've never eaten a quarter, so I just want to double check real quick.
Yeah, you're not supposed to, but I sneaked and ate one and then, how about y'all?
Well, yeah, we'll stick that here on the wall.
Sneak back there on the wall.
Everybody gets a better bird. Yours just has that bacon on it, I don't know.
Try not to spill it
So,
on
fries. The one's plain. That'll be cheap. Come back sauce. Where's this from?
It's from the prosecutor. We'll see that when Jake gets there. He lets him know he's there, but right before Jake gets to the department, when he's headed over, right before he gets there, he's like, "You're gonna see these are just come on to take pictures." The evidence will show Jake
Throwing stuff against the wall.
Sorry, that's fine. It's not.
I didn't listen to his whole thing. Maybe I'll use that for this.
That's what I was worried about.
Plug it into where I've got the black plug in.
Okay, that one. Not expecting Dateline to have better audio quality.
This is Beverly.
There's audio.
Prosecutor's office.
I wrote down.
What do you have?
Russell? Percy Russell.
Laura,
It's underway. I'm sitting here in the balcony.
Real.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, as honest as the Lord.
Have to make it down there. That's all down.
It's only day one, Russ, and you're already started.
Follow camera coverage notice. And the food provider is deadline.
Looks pretty good. Jack looks like it's pretty good.
Can I
That's
text
good.
you back?
What'd you get,
Can I
sandwich?
text you back
Burger.
the Email contact for Uzar with
They
deadline.
got Zach's right. Which, by the way, if you leave Walmart, you get Zach sauce now.
At Walmart?
Yeah, they have regular and have spicy Zach sauce.
Okay, don't send it to me. Don't send it to me.
Oh,
Okay, Chris,
I just got a raise and I'm right before it. Mr. Bougie, I've been getting Chick-fil-A sauce out of the store for years.
and I don't know what all,
He
yes.
actually paid me to get the Chick-fil-A sauce.
You know what sauce I have at home?
And
I have chicken sauce from the Dollar General Market. $1 ripoff of Chick-fil-A sauce.
Market over there by our station.
copy her.
One.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, we got the market. We got the Walgreens also.
No, we can't.
That's where I've been doing all my grocery shopping.
Almost everything's there, it's cheap.
And your crew, you're gonna have people on the ground here.
One or two stops.
Yeah.
Like milk or bread or something.
Drew was selected last night as her, they've gotten through 2 witnesses.
Oh, I'm gonna work with them, put it on everything where he's at.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, absolutely.
Colorblind, so.
The same thing?
No, I guess he's.
Chris, they have us slated for a package at 5.
Did they not consult with you?
No.
Just be like, no, it's gonna be a no section. It's double something. Well, it's gonna change.
Apparently not very much. 50 downstairs. Not 60.
Well, just, I don't know, it's double something.
But what's the problem? Okay. I have no sway, but I will remind you.
You're right, because both of them, will sit on either side of it, and they're not to the judge and pass the microphone. And so, you're up here too.
It's not very well.
It's great for folks who have this open, because there's a microphone.
Yeah.
Well, not so in the
I will try.
If you can make the going forward, that should probably be all I have.
I will try.
Well, I know it would be different. We just like to because we're looking for a young dog. Obviously,
We're probably.
first since I stayed in the department for hours, I just listened to the blade, and I can see it's really good. I can.
So he goes downstairs, we're trying to avoid trying to go in now.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Okay, so, go for both sides.
I accept that as a person that's I am.
I think that's condensed.
Yeah, she might. Oh, yeah, she just said thank you. So.
It's amazing what you can get done when you start.
He's down there doing it now.
The
Excuse me.
I'll figure out later.
Thank you so much.
Who's the law and crime?
Y'all want that?
She's the other one. Yes, ma'am.
understand. Hello, did not my camera's not in here.
Well, they don't like the picture of the logo?
No, it's just like, I'm not the one controlling the camera. It's like, it's like, you're going to try to take a live on it vlog. It's going to be the thing that's going to be whatever's up. I
So I have a microphone here. Yeah. Whoever is just in the light right now can address it. But if I don't have a microphone, you're gonna call and say, why is there any audio?
The struggle is real. That's the next witness. Okay. My name's Aaron. Something else stood back before, or I must have been back. The other stood back. Now, Dr. Slot, so. You're not my boss of me. Law&Crime, you suck.
go on and get on the record for a second. All right, let's get back on court call. Court call to order, but I'm back on the record here just a second before the jury comes back. Both the state and the defense have asked me that apparently we have microphones on the counsel tables at the bench and at the podium there anyway. They've asked that those be removed in that they sometimes it can interfere with them having private conversations with co-counsel and their client, and I'm going to let the other microphones might remain in effect in a position, but the microphones at counsel table, at the bench, and at the podium there, there appear to be mobile and wireless. I don't have a problem with them situated back on the rail or somewhere out of the way of catching conversations between counsel and the client or co-counsel, but I understand the need for private conversations. And if somebody from the media wants to come take possession of them, they can, or we can relocate them ourselves. But
They may have one.
I think we've got a good enough microphone system.
This one and that one's only two. You can put them on the back.
So there's no microphones at the council tables. No microphones.
Okay.
There are no microphones either way. There's a microphone here, there's a microphone there, and a microphone on the witness stand. So
But
which ones?
if there's none at council table, they were indicating to me that there were microphones there. Are there? You think?
That's what Mr. Creekmore said just now. I think we're just now requesting the bench and the lectern.
Do what?
The bench and the lectern.
Well, we can get by with that as long as there's not any at council tables. The only thing, and if there's not any,
There are none.
And if they approach you, I'm the guy running the audio. If they approach you, I turn it down. I'm only if you're saying something.
Which one is yours?
This one.
Okay. What are these things here?
That's the important reporters.
Oh, okay.
These are your
Those are brand new. That's the reason I didn't recognize them. That's what. All right, those are the court reporters.
So we're only getting what would normally be
No,
on the.
you're fine. Okay, I'm learning every day.
Me too.
Thank you for being here, and we can live with that. They were under the impression that they were being live. Counsel, they were being live fed somewhere.
So if counsel approaches you, I'm turning it down. It's not going out.
Perfect. We're all good. Thank you.
You want this removed,
You,
right?
you can leave that. You can leave that one.
Well, they are saying that that microphone may catch their private conversation.
You know its capacity better than me. Do you anticipate that would happen or not?
No, it's it turns that way.
Brooke said she was getting texts from people who were watching the stream after we went off the record, and they were hearing conversations that are texting her.
You get reports from people who are watching live streams that they are catching conversations.
Okay. We'll just have to turn them off during the breaks.
Turn them off during the breaks. You can leave this microphone, the witness microphone, and the podium microphone.
Turn them off during the breaks.
Turn them
Yes, I
off
do.
during the
We just need to be able to turn them
So
back on.
do you want them turned off when the jury leaves?
Oh, you can leave them on during when we're off the record and we're getting ready to go to lunch or getting ready to take a 10-minute break.
Yeah,
or something
when
cut them off.
when you leave the bench, I'll turn everything down.
That'd be a good time.
Is that a good?
That'd be a good time. Thank y'all.
And then also when everybody approaches the bench,
Approach the bench, try to cut it
but if
off.
there are motions being made from
From out there,
that's fine.
that's fine. By the way, I'm the
Special project producer for the project for the.
Thank you so much.
Good, appreciate y'all being
Thank
here.
you so much, sir. Appreciate the
We're
guidance.
we're gonna try to make you at home, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Court TV is coming to join with you.
Okay.
They'll
Tell them,
just plug in.
come on in,
They'll
more
just-
than there.
They'll just plug in like everybody else.
Mr. Davis?
How are you doing? I'm gonna try to get
Okay.
Christopher Bull. He over here.
All right, court come to order, it's about kickoff time.
Doesn't sound
All right, is that 1 o'clock, Joe? Yes. Let me borrow your file here real quick. All right, court will call a case, Circuit Court of Lafayette County, call number AL 21-086, Mona Pittman versus Christopher Voyles. Is Christopher Voyles present? Christopher Voyles. Matter was set for judgment debtor examination. Here, will Mr. Voyles serve?
Yes, sir.
All right. The court will note that Mr. Voyles was set to be here for judgment debtor exam. Today at 1 o'clock. Record reflected he is not present. You can take appropriate actions, just not right now.
Yes, sir. I've been excused.
You may. All right. All right. I previously made an announcement about the microphones. It turns out that we may have the microphones that were at council table were not part of the live feed recording. I'm going to just, any microphones on council table, I'm going to let me move. And I think to have a microphone will remain at the bench, at the podium, and at the witness stand. Try to talk into those microphones, but there should not be any microphones at your table. But the podium, the bench, and there, and I've instructed the operators of the podium of the microphone here at the bench at any time the parties approach the bench for a bench conference that the microphone will be cut off. All right? All right, who would the state call as the next witness? Jury ready? Bring them back to jury in, if they're ready. I noticed over the years that being on a jury is sort of like being in church. You got your seat anyway. You know, I got my seat at church, and if somebody's sitting in my church, what are you doing in my seat anyway? But it just works out that way. Feel free to sit where you like. I trust the jury had no problem with the court's instruction about discussing the case or forming any opinions about the case. If you ever have any problems in that regard, let me know. I hope the lunch was of sufficient quantity and quality to satisfy everybody, okay? If you have any complaints, talk to the clerk. He's the head chef over there anyway. But he's, I think he'll take good care of you. All right, who would the state call as its next witness?
This time the state would call Jose Reyes.
One more time.
Jose Reyes.
Jose Reyes. If you would raise your right hand and be sworn in, please. Right around and have a seat. You may proceed.
Mr. Reyes, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Jose Reyes. I've been a good friend with Jay Lee since undergrad. And I live in Marshall County with my family. And I went to school here for undergrad and also graduate school for social work.
Hey, so that was a lot. So tell me, you were good friends with Jay Lee.
Yes.
So you were familiar with the victim in today's case.
Correct, yes.
But before we get into that, you said you went to undergrad. Where did you go for undergrad?
Here at the University of Mississippi.
Okay, and what year did you come to the University of Mississippi?
2019.
Have you graduated?
Yes, ma'am. I graduated in 2023 with my undergraduate, and then I came back and did my master's and finished this past summer.
And what is your degree in?
Social work.
Is your master's in that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed in that field?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
What do you do for work?
I work as a therapist in community mental health.
So let's go on to Jay Lee. How did you meet him?
Funny enough, we met at an Ariana Grande concert in 2019. We were actually living in the same residence hall, but we didn't know about that until later when we met at that concert. And then ever since then, we both realized we love Ariana Grande. And since then, we've just hit it off. And then we later discovered that we were also in the same major. So we just stuck together since then.
And so you said that would be 2019 when you were a freshman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And up until his disappearance in 2022, were you all still close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Could sort of describe your friendship.
The best way I would describe our friendship would be very much like a sisterly bond, meaning like we would banter, we would gossip, very playful friendship. It was more so like a sister. I didn't really consider Jay Lee as a friend, more so as a sister, but not even like. He did identify with he, him pronouns and was cisgender, but more so like, and I guess in queer world, sister's just like your sis. But
Well, actually, I'll have you explain that more.
Yeah.
You said that you saw him as a sister. Did Jay Lee identify as a woman?
he did not. He was actually cisgendered. He was comfortable with how he was born. That may not appear at the way he presented himself physically, but we had many conversations. He said that he identified as male, was comfortable in his skin.
So when you say presents himself physically, how did he dress?
Fashionable would be a term. Very unapologetically, very true to himself. He did not care who had anything to say. If he wanted to wear high heels for his 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, he definitely would.
So kind of tell me more about his personality. What was Jay like?
Very vibrant, very silly, very caring, very compassionate. As we spoke, we were both in the same field. We were going towards social work, so you can only imagine how much compassion, how much love and care he had for other people. Very silly, outgoing, family-oriented.
So I kind of want to go back for a minute, just in case the jury didn't fully, I want them to make sure they understand. You used the term cisgendered. You were trying to say essentially that Jay identified as a man and that's how he was born and he knew he was a man.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware of Jay ever tried to trick anyone to think he was a woman?
No, ma'am.
but Joey's comfortable being male.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that he was family oriented. Did he talk about his family?
Yes, quite often. He seemed like he had a very, very close connection with his family. He would mention to me that he would speak to his mother daily. He would tell me about his stories with him and his sister.
I hate to interrupt, but he's talking, I can't understand, he's talking kind of fast.
Slow down just a little bit, make sure you're speaking to the microphone, okay?
Okay, can you hear me loud and clear though?
Yes, you can make sure to just speak a little up. It's kind of a big room. Okay. And so you were saying that you were saying that he was family oriented, and y'all spoke about that.
Yes.
Okay. And you would say y'all were really close friends?
Yes, ma'am.
As a part of that, how often did you all talk to each other?
Daily. We would text here and there, and every once in a while I'd get my FaceTime call from him.
So, did the communication stay the same throughout the school year or into the summer? Did anything change?
I mean, it dwindled a little bit considering he started his internship, so he was fairly busy with his internship. And I was busy trying to enjoy the little bit of my summer before I went back to school. I also had a job at that time, but he was mostly tied up with his internship responsibilities.
So in July 2022, did you still hear from Jay Lee often?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when the last time you spoke to Jay Lee was?
It was actually the day before on Thursday. It was around close to the end of the day. I believe it was like 4:57, 58. I remember getting a FaceTime call from him. I had just came back from a walk around the neighborhood, and I got a call, and he was just telling me about his day. He was ready to go. It wasn't a long conversation, but we definitely did speak on that Thursday.
And that Thursday would be July 7th?
Correct, yes.
So when you spoke to Jay, was he in a good mood? What was his attitude like?
Yeah, he was in a good mood, happy that it was the end of the day. He was just telling me we should do something this weekend.
So without getting into anything that he particularly said, what was his mood? Was he in a happy mood? Was he sad, depressed? Was he in a good mood?
He seemed in a good mood, yes. He was in good spirits.
Okay. And in your friendship with Jay, had you ever experienced him any type of suicidal ideation or any type of thing of that nature?
None at all.
And is that something you would recognize considering your field of work?
For sure. He definitely has a loud, vibrant personality, so I definitely would have noticed something off if there was anything like that.
Are you aware of if Jay had any social media accounts?
Yes.
Okay. Can you kind of tell me a few the social media accounts that he had?
Well, Instagram, of course, Facebook, Twitter, which was what it was called at that point, TikTok.
And about how often did he post on these accounts?
Fairly often. I consider Jay Lee as my little celebrity. He would post on live. He would post just about anything. If it was a award show, if it was something that was going on, I would expect to hear from him somewhere online.
Would it be fair to say you would see a post from him somewhere daily?
Can you repeat your question?
Would it be fair to say that you would see a post from Jay, maybe a story or anything on one of the social media accounts daily?
Yes. There would not be a day that Jay Lee would not post, whether it was something of him or just something that he had reshared or reposted. He was online pretty actively.
Since July 8th, 2022, have you seen any posts, new posts from Jay Lee?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I have. I miss my little celebrity.
And let's talk a little bit more about, did Jay have any pets?
You have any pets?
Yes.
Yes, he had this spoiled Pomeranian named Lexi. That was his daughter, pretty much.
Do you know if he was close to Lexi or Lexus, the dog?
He was very, very close to, yes, I love that you included her government name. Yes, he's very close to Lexi. He would not really go anywhere without her. She had a backseat cage just for her, and it wasn't even a cage. She was spoiled, like I said, so it was like a little pink, comfy couch for her. She was always with him.
And how did you know that they were close?
I mean, it was so obvious. I mean, during this time, we would probably have their Christmas photo card by now. I remember one year, he dressed her up in...
No, this is cumulative at this point in time. I don't see the relevance.
Continue with your answer. You said that around this time they would be sending out the Christmas photo shoot. What 1 year, what did they do? Continue on.
So he would dress Lexi up, and he would be in his Christmas jammies and pose in front of the Christmas tree, and that would be their photo shoot. They would often go on museum dates, go on walks. She was very, very spoiled.
As to Jay Lee's, how did Jay Lee get around Oxford? Do you know?
Usually through his own car.
Do you remember what kind of car he had?
Before he went missing, he had I believe, a black Impala.
So it was a black, like, sedan type car?
Yes.
Did he ever allow you to drive that car?
Only once, and that was strictly for me to run an errand for him.
And what was the errand?
To get his oil changed.
So did he ever, if you needed to borrow it to go someplace, did he allow you to drive it places?
No, I never really got to joyride it. Besides that one time I took it to get his oil changed. I believe he was probably getting like his hair done or something at that time.
You sort of talked about the LGBTQ community and that you all were sisters. Are you also a part of the LGBTQ community?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the term down low?
I am.
What does that mean?
Down low would be a word to kind of describe someone who may be a little discreet in their identity, may not really be comfortable with being known that they have interest in same-sex or LGBTQIA activities or things. So kind of like how it sounds down low, just keeping it on the down low, very discreet, not wanting to be known that they were also into that kind of stuff.
And so would that mean that people who are down low, are they, like you said, you identified yourself as a part of the LGBTQ community. Is that something a person on the down low would do in public in court like this?
Can you repeat your question?
So you testified that you are a part of the LGBTQ community. Based on your definition of down low, is that something a person who identifies as down low would do, identify themselves publicly?
No, ma'am, they definitely would not. Very discreet.
Brief indulgence.
All right.
On the day, July 8th, 2022, I believe you said the last time you talked to him was on the 7th, right? The day before?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So on July 8th, 2022, did you have any contact with Jay Lee?
Yes, I reached out to him sometime in the middle of the day because I had not responded to his last message from him. And I had sent him, it was like a music video, but I did not hear back from him. And then I later reached out again once I realized that we were wondering where he was.
So how did you learn that no one knew where he was?
I was contacted by his sister, just asking me had I heard from him. And I said no. So at that point, that made me concerned because it must mean a lot if his sister's reaching out to me.
What did you do after having learned that information? Did you try to call him, check on him?
So I instantly texted him. Obviously, I texted him, and upon texting him, I noticed that the messages were green, meaning that they didn't send fully. He has an iPhone, and I have an iPhone, so they weren't blue, and that's when I was like, okay, this is weird. And then I start calling him. Nothing was going through. And that's when I started getting more concerned. At that point, I didn't know what to think.
And did you try to search for him or do anything of that nature?
So after not hearing from him and after my phone calls not going through, my texts going green, yes. So at the time, I believe if I remember correctly, I was at my parents' house with an ex-boyfriend, and I was like, something's up. I asked him, would you mind coming with me?
He said what he said.
I didn't hear you here, so ask him a question anyway.
The question I had asked Mr. Reyes was if you had tried to look for him, and you said you were at your parents' house and that you were with the ex-boyfriend, and you were telling your ex-boyfriend that you were worried. What happened next?
So at that point, I suggested, can we go? Because I live in Potts Camp, so for reference, that's like 50 minutes from here in Marshall County. And I was like, can we go up there just to see, like, at least if his car's parked outside of his apartment complex. And then my parents, they weren't comfortable with me and him going alone, so they accompanied us as well. So we all hopped in our family vehicle, and we headed to Oxford, to his apartment complex. His vehicle was not there. I went up to his door.
Was he there?
He was not there. I knocked on his door, and all I could hear was Lexi through the door.
So you could hear the dog in there. And since that time, have you seen or heard from your friend Jaylee?
I have not.
Brief indulgence.
I tend to.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ask you a couple of questions about your social media connections or contact with Jay Lee. Can you tell me what accounts that you used through Snapchat or Instagram when you communicated with Mr. Lee?
So we would primarily contact each other through iMessage, so through text. Every once in a while, we would send something to each other through Instagram, like a funny video or a post that we saw online.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement that that you were familiar with Mr. Lee's, according to what your direct testimony was, his sexual preferences?
Can you repeat your question?
Were you familiar with Mr. Lee's sexual preferences?
As far as?
Through your conversations with him, whether or not he was homosexual or bisexual or what he identified as. You're familiar with that, being in the same community with him, correct?
Yes.
And is it a fair statement that Mr. Lee was transsexual. Is that a fair statement?
It is not.
Well, tell me, based on what I understand on the reports that I've been provided, information that would lead someone to believe that's the fact. What is your representation that he was straight?
So as I mentioned previously, I said that he was cisgender, and he also liked men as well, but he was comfortable in his own skin.
All right. But as far as his activity, and you knew him, apparently y'all were best friends or close to being really good friends, right?
Yes.
Okay. As far as your connection with him, is it a fair statement that Mr. Lee would dress up as a woman or in that manner and hook up with men, both of the community as well as individuals that you characterize as down low? Fair statement?
What was your question? What was your
question
statement?
is, he dressed up flamboyantly as basically as a woman, correct? A lot of times.
He dressed as Jay Lee.
Okay, it's Jay Lee. But understand, but if someone, he just dressed up, if you just looked at him, he appeared to be dressed up as a woman on a lot of occasions, or at least in a feminine manner. Is that a fair statement?
He dressed very fashionably.
Okay, all right. So would that also be a fair statement that he, quote unquote, liked to hook up with people that were on the down low?
Excuse me?
Was it a fair statement based on, is it a fair statement based on what you know about Jay Lee that he liked to hook up with individuals that were, what you testified earlier, were on the down low? That he liked to do that? Is that right?
What's the relevancy to this question, sir? Can you rephrase it? I'm sorry.
Well, I want to, and I'm trying not to ask you anything that I understand that you've already provided in the statement, but my question is that whether or not Jay Lee liked to hook up with individuals, I'm not saying whether it's men or women or what, but individuals that were on the down low. He'd like to do that, correct?
No.
Well, do you recall on July the 11th giving a statement to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones where you in fact told him?
Improper impeachment.
I don't know what the statement says, I don't know. Not general statement, your approach.
Again, Mr. Reyes, do you recall giving a statement on July the 11th to Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Queen Jones? I believe, I don't know exactly where you were, but you remember giving a statement to those two police officers?
What was the statement?
Well, I'm just asking, do you remember talking to them first?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember making the statement to them, or did you in fact make the statement to them that Lee liked to hook up with people who were on the down low?
Is that what it says?
Making that statement.
It was 2 years ago, so I'm not quite sure what exactly I said.
At this point, you can't admit or deny that you made the statement. Is that a fair statement?
Let him look at the statement.
I'm going to now, but I want to make sure, give him one more opportunity. Do you remember making that statement?
No, I do not remember making that statement.
Mayor Pro?
I have an objection to this as well, because that's not his statement. That's.
Let me see what there are. Yes.
My objection is, Your Honor, I'm not saying you didn't make a statement. I'm saying that, one, if you're going to refer
Just out of curiosity, can y'all hear me when I'm up here whispering? Good. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Madam, John, I'd like to have this item marked, identification.
Identification notice can be marked. I guess that's gonna be D1.
Can I just go D2 and just go chronological? Can we just do 1, 2, 3, 4?
Without asking,
No, I'm doing the S and Ds.
what,
I'll do D1.
just do whatever you want to. You make it D1? All right, that's for ID only, right?
For ID at this time. May I approach the witness, Young? Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
I want you to look at this, what's been identified in D1. And if you would, look over it, please, and read it and tell me, after you read it, let me know that you've read it, okay? It's 2 pages.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After having reviewed defense exhibit for identification D1, you recall making those statements to the two detectives I referenced earlier, investigators. You remember making that statement?
A similar statement, but I'm not sure if I used those terms that you stated.
And also, can you state whether or not, based on your relationship with Mr. Lee, having knowledge of his activity within the community, whether or not he would hook up with people on a regular basis?
What does a regular basis look like?
Well, regular basis, I mean, have sexual contact or hookups referenced in this with, I mean, more than once a week, on a regular basis.
Oh, no, Jay Lee was very protective about that stuff. He only did so with people he had talked to, at least for a little bit.
Okay. And, in fact, he didn't tell you the names of any of the people that he hooked up with, but provided to you nicknames, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the statement that you made to Miss Douglas, Detective Sergeant Douglas and Lieutenant Jones, you did that voluntarily. They just were interviewing you to basically, this was on July the 11th, just brought you in, interviewed, it was voluntary on your part, and you were free and open about your relationship with Jay Lee, your friendship, things of that nature. Fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. Can you tell me the names of the social media, either Snapchat or Instagram messages or anything like that? You previously testified that y'all just really Snapchatted, right? Mostly. Did you ever do any social media or Instagram with him through any accounts at all?
What do you mean?
Can you repeat? Message him through any Instagram accounts ever?
Yes. I stated earlier that we contacted each other mostly through iMessage and every once in a while through Instagram and Snapchat.
I thought that's what you said. I wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of your account at that time?
Which account?
That you used primarily with Jay Lee.
I would use my Instagram account. I'm not too sure what it's actually called, but it's a variation of my name, Jose.
Okay. And look, Mr. Reyes, I'm not trying to tie you down to remember what you used 2 years ago, but do you recall, if you can recall that account that you used during that time frame that you communicated with Jay Lee?
Yes, I said it was a variation of my name, Jose, so it was spelled HOE.SAY.
Okay. And do you recall the name of the account that you communicated with Mr. Lee?
I know he went through several changes in his username. I want to say it might have been something like I am Jay Lee or something of that nature.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that you've never had any conversations where Mr. Lee ever had any suicidal thoughts or ideations of suicide. You did have conversations with him through social media or through some of these accounts about Jay Lee's, for lack of a better word, promiscuous conduct in his life, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You had conversations, did you not, through your either Snapchat or Instagram, things of that nature, where you had, I'm not getting into the details of it, but you had conversations with Jay Lee about his activities within the community there, as far as hookups, names he wouldn't provide, things that he did, things that he preferred, things like that, right? I mean, you were close friends. You had those conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of those conversations, as I understand, was that, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong or untoward about it, but some of these conversations involve conduct on Mr. Lee's part where he kind of enjoyed the fact that you see guys out and be dressed like a woman and they kind of find out he was a woman like later on, and he kind of enjoyed that, didn't he?
No.
You did not enjoy that?
Like, he would not dress up as a woman to meet these people.
Okay. Well, he dressed up in a feminine way. Fair statement, right?
Generally, yes, but not just specifically to hook up, as you say.
But he did dress up during courting, as I understand it, some of the information that's been provided as a result of search warrants that were done on behalf of the Oxford Police Department, University Police Department, that he would hook up with individuals dressed in the manner that you previously described in your testimony, right? As dressed up, feminine, flamboyant, and in a manner, he dressed up and met people in that fashion, right? When he was dressed up like that, right?
No, sir.
He never did that?
He may have, but that wasn't, he did not dress up just to meet with these people.
Mr. Reyes, I didn't say that, but just to meet those people, he did that generally.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
During the course of, quote unquote, some of the hookups that you referenced, he would dress in that manner. Fair statement?
He dressed that yes,
Okay.
Generally, yes.
Thank you. And also, you're familiar with the fact that Jay Lee, as far as his routine and habit there in the community, as far as the LGBTQ community, he was one of the individuals that was well recognized in the community in the Oxford area, right?
Yes.
And also that you state that he wouldn't go anywhere without the dog, but he didn't take his dog out when he was engaged in hookup with folks in this area. Fair statement?
That's fair.
And also these hookups that you're making reference to, a lot of times, Mr. Reyes, some of these hookups were people, and let's be honest, that he'd never met before except through social media, that he would meet through social media, get dressed, or go meet people out in the community late at night, all hours of the day. Fair statement?
I don't believe they were random, or I don't believe they were.
I'm not necessarily saying they're random. I'm saying whether or not he would meet them through social media or through conversations as a result of his activity in the community. A lot of times we'll go out and meet them in different places in the community, right?
I'm not familiar with where he was meeting them at.
Well, it'd be a fair statement, would it not, Mr. Reyes, that Jay Lee likewise was participating in the down low aspect of that community, those individuals you described that they keep it secret, but he was participating in that aspect of the down low community. Fair statement?
No, not a fair statement.
You do know that he used nicknames for certain individuals that he hooked up with. One of the nicknames, according to your statement, was medical student, nickname of confusion, and other nicknames that Jay Lee used to associate those names with people that you didn't know. He kept to himself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it would be a fair statement as what you described as in the down low community that he was working or he was doing things that he was keeping secrets from you and all other people that are at least to you about what he was doing in his personal sexual life and the sexual activity that he was carrying on. Fair statement?
Can you rephrase your statement, please?
He wasn't telling you everything he was doing in his private life.
Correct.
But he did represent to you that he had associated names with numbers of people, whether it be confusion or medical students, and there were other nicknames that he told you about, right? Numerous nicknames of other people, right?
Maybe not numerous. Those are just a few of the ones that I recall.
Okay. Those all that you can recall at the time you gave that statement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I usually get my man who used to English, you know, but man, sometimes we get Spanish.
Cool, those. When you got back to, when you went by Mr. Lee's apartment, what was it? Did you go inside?
I did not go inside. I did not go inside. The door was locked from the outside.
The door was locked from the outside?
He stayed on campus, so the way the doors work on campus, you have to have key card access. That's the only way you can get into the room.
You know how many times you were interviewed Mr. Reyes by members either the University Police Department or Oxford Police Department?
No, sir, I cannot recall.
Okay. You don't recall any of those conversations?
I recall the conversation.
I'm sorry, I rephrased my question. You don't remember how many times you were interviewed?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Amen.
Jose, I want to give you a chance to clear some stuff up I was confused about on cross-examination.
Okay.
So, what was Jay Lee's sexual orientation?
Homosexual.
So he was gay?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe defense counsel was asking about like transsexual, like when you stated Jay Lee's gender, what did Jay Lee identify as?
Male.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Males.
Male.
So as I mentioned earlier, cisgender, so he was born male, he was comfortable with his male, like how he was, yes.
And you believe they said that he would dress as in a feminine way sometimes. That's what was said on Cross. Was that accurate? Sometimes he would dress in a feminine way.
In a fashionable way, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And when he would dress that way, was that his usual thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, like, when you say fashionable, was he wearing dresses every day, pants every day? Like, what? Describe some of his outfits.
I mean, sometimes it might be a pantsuit, sometimes it might be a dress. It just depended on his mood. Obviously, in college, sometimes we're running late, so sometimes it was sweats in a sweatshirt, but mostly when he could, he would dress to the fullest.
And just so we can make sure that it's clear, did he dress this way, as far as your knowledge, to attract men?
No, ma'am. He dressed that way for himself. I don't think he ever seeked validation from men, like I said earlier, very unapologetically.
We talked about participating in the down low culture. Was Jay Lee down low?
No, ma'am. As fashionably as he dressed, no, ma'am.
So it was obvious that he was gay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when opposing counsel was talking about participating in the down low culture, I think he was referencing Jay didn't out people.
Correct.
Can you kind of explain what that means to out people?
So a lot of times, as I mentioned, sometimes men that are down low, they may not be ready to really reveal their interests, who they really are. So, and obviously, people come from different households and different settings, so outing somebody could essentially be telling other people that this person is XYZ without their consent. So a lot of times we will like protect identities just to be courteous. Some people may not be ready for that, so we'd be mindful and we would not out anybody.
So people who are not ready to come out, why is that?
I mean, that can be a number of reasons. I couldn't just put one thing. Like I mentioned, family, fear of being discriminated, stuff of that nature.
And so these men that are on the down low, they're trying to keep this a secret, correct?
I believe so.
And they don't want to be exposed, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you know Jay Lee's type?
I mean, I believe he would like go towards more masculine energy. I don't think it would ever just be a specific type, but it would be more so just someone more masculine.
So people who are kind of less like him.
Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he liked men who liked men.
Yes, ma'am.
On cross-examination, defense counsel asked about hooking up with people. He was hooking up with all these people. And you started saying he didn't just hook up with random people. What's your understanding of the people back in 2022 that Jay Lee was hooking up with?
As I mentioned earlier, Jay Lee was very protective of himself, so he would make sure that he knew them a little bit to some degree. He would not be the type of person to just get on and see somebody online and message him to hang out.
So he wasn't having random hookups. You also said on cross-examination that he was well recognized in the LGBTQ community. Would that be fair in Oxford?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was well known that he was a man, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it normal to, if someone is trying to hide their sexuality, to try to protect them?
Your Honor, question. And also didn't go into that on
I didn't understand the question.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay. You need rephrase or repeat, whichever one you want to do. I didn't get it
I
anyway.
can rephrase. In the LGBTQ community, is it normal or abnormal, you tell me, to not expose or out someone who is on the down low?
I mean, it's more sort of like of a courteous type of thing. Obviously, someone wouldn't want to be outed, so why would someone else out somebody else? But yes, ma'am.
You wouldn't want someone to do that to you.
Correct.
I never got anything out of it. I was objected to it.
Let's move on.
Brief indulgence. Your Honor, no further questions.
Couldn't be finally excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go to the interviews on go and you can stay, whichever one you want to do, okay? But you can return to the audience or go home or whatever you like, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, here's been out about an hour. We on a break. We on how long is this going to take?
About the same,
What?
about the same amount of time.
Break.
Your Honor, can I ask for a quick stop?
All right, let's get a few minute break because it's let's take a little as quick as you can.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm back.
I go through where the prisoners stay. They can be outside that. Yes, I can look. I get that.
want to bring the jury back, you know what's best to do with I'm not going to stack and defeat the vote or anything. I'm trying to make strategy folks right on the secret and everyone can hear it as well as possible. All right, first week of December, you can burn up and freeze to death the same day. We're going to try to keep you as comfortable as possible. Let us know where you stand, and we're not making any without promise other than we're going to try, okay? So keep your bailiffs informed with y'all. The only people whose temperature I'm worried about today is y'all, okay?
And Your Honor, I think they control the thermostat down at the Chancery Building.
Yeah, that's what I think. I understand it's a problem. We're going to do our best.
It's the sheriff.
It's the sheriff. It's the sheriff's fault. It's the sheriff's fault. Anyway, okay. Sheriff said he didn't care. They didn't vote up here. All right. Who would you call as your next witness?
Today we're called Khad Fears.
Khad Fears. Somebody get Khad Fears, please. How do you spell that, Mr. Creekmore?
K-H-A-L-I-D. F-E-A-R-S.
If you would, face the court reporter there, raise your right hand and be sworn in. This lady here. Have a seat with the chair, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury who you are?
My name is Khad Fears.
And what do you do?
I'm an X-ray tech.
X-ray tech?
Correct.
You currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts?
I work in Atlanta at Northside Hospital.
Okay, that's in Atlanta, Georgia?
Correct.
How long have you been there?
I've been there for about a year now.
Okay. How old are you?
Say that again.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay. Where did you have to go to school to become an X-ray tech?
Yes.
Sure. What did you have to do in order to get a job as an X-ray tech?
Well, I went to a radiology program at Mississippi Delta Community College in Moorhead, Mississippi. And it's just a 2-year program. You do clinicals and you do classroom work.
Okay. Got a degree?
Yes, sir.
Did clinical work and then got a job in Atlanta?
Correct.
Are you living in Atlanta right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been there about a year and a half?
Correct.
Now, back in 2022, where were you living?
I was living here in Oxford, Mississippi.
All right. What were you doing here?
I was an X-ray tech at Baptist Memorial Hospital.
Okay. The main hospital here?
Yes, sir.
As an X-ray tech. How long did you work there?
I worked there since 2020. I started off as a student intern, summer of 2020.
All right. And you're 27 years old?
I'm 29 now.
29 now.
Yeah. So I worked at Baptist Memorial about 2 years before I left.
So in 2022, you were how old?
27.
Okay. Now, do you know Jay Lee?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Jay Lee?
Jay was a friend of mine. I met him in the park.
When did you meet Jay Lee?
I met Jay in the summer of 2022, around May.
All right. So you went to the park in May, and can you tell the jury about how you met Jay Lee?
I was there feeding the ducks, and Jay happened to be walking in the park with his dog Lexi, and Jay was real friendly, so he just kind of like approached me, and he was like, "I like your earrings," and I was just like, "Oh, thank you," and we just kind of struck up a conversation, started talking to each other. I remember it was hot, so we decided to walk over to like the park benches where it was shaded. We continued chatting, getting to know each other, and we exchanged information. And we said we should hang out sometime.
From that moment that you met Jay Lee, how would you describe how often y'all communicated with one another?
We talked to each other about every other day.
Okay. And how would y'all communicate with each other?
We communicated with each other through Snapchat.
All right. And for some people that don't know how that app works, how can you communicate with somebody, the different ways that you can communicate with someone if you're both friends on Snapchat?
Okay, so Snapchat, basically what it is, you send people pictures with messages on them, they open them up, and you can send pictures back with messages on them. You also can directly message them, so it's just like an open chat, kind of like an iPhone message. There's a text thread there. You can do video calls, things of that such.
Okay. Would you use all different kinds of methods to communicate with Jay Lee?
Yes.
Through the messaging, through voice calls?
Yes, sir.
As well as taking photographs or video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, from May until July, how would you describe the progress or the nature of your relationship? You know, you just meet him in May, but by the time you get to July 8th, how would you describe to the jury that relationship?
It was a pretty good relationship. I thought it was a genuine relationship. I thought it was nice to make a genuine gay friend. So that was nice. And yeah.
Now, are you part of the LGBT community?
Yes, I am a gay man.
Okay. Now, how would you describe Jay Lee? Would he be a part of that LGBTQ community as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the early morning hour, well, let me back up. If you could describe to the jury what your work schedule was and around the time of July of 2022.
Okay, so I work a 7-on, 7-off rotation. I go to work 7 days a week, and I'm off 7 days a week. And I would work from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
The night shift?
Yes, sir, the night shift.
All right. Now, just briefly describe what your duties are as an X-ray tech at Baptist Hospital.
All right, so like I said, I just shoot X-rays. If you come in and you have a cough, a cold, we shoot a chest X-ray. If you're in a motor vehicle crash and you break a leg, I'm shooting pictures of your leg. If you get a gunshot wound, you know. So it's just diagnostic imaging.
Okay. So on July the 8th, early morning hours, were you actually working a shift at Baptist Memorial Hospital?
I was.
Okay. And that would have started at 7 p.m. and would have carried on until 7 a.m. that next morning.
Correct.
All right. So 7 p.m. on July the 7th to 7 a.m. on July the 8th.
Correct.
All right. During that time, did you ever get a break?
Yeah, I mean.
Or let me ask, did you receive any messages that night?
Me and Jay were texting that whole entire night.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And now, there was a time period when you got a text from him that you didn't see it until later. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we were texting up until probably like 1 a.m.
Okay.
And then it stopped. And then I received another text message from him at 5:21 in the morning.
Okay.
And it just said, I'm bored.
Yeah. All right. Did you see that as soon as that text came through?
So the way Snapchat works, you just get a notification. It says, hey, Jay has sent you a message, but you have to actually open it up to see what it says. I saw it when he sent it to me, but I was working.
Right.
So I do morning portables at 5:30 in the morning.
What does that mean?
Okay. Morning portables, you get a list of people every day who need chest x-rays, who just had surgery per se and just need to be checked up on daily. So I had my list of chest x-rays. I said, hey, this will take me about 30 minutes to do. At 5:30, I'm gonna run up and do it, and I'll be back down when I get done. And when I'm finished, I'll reach back out to him.
Okay.
So that's what I did.
All right. So what happened after that?
I decided to call him. I video chatted him. And when I video chatted him, I noticed that he was up and he was on the go.
You noticed what?
He was up.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, for me, I'm like, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I expected him to be in bed maybe.
Right.
But like I said, it was daylight. I could see it was bright out. I could see that he wasn't at home in bed.
All right. Did you make any other observations about what he was doing?
It looks like he was leaving his house.
Okay. How do you know that?
Like I said, the phone was pointed up and I could see a hallway to the outdoors. And I asked him, I was like, where are you going? He told me he was going to be grown.
I don't think that's here. The response may be hearsay.
Can we approach?
Okay. I have to make a tough call for a minute, so I'm going to ask y'all to step into the jury room and let me listen to these lawyers argue.
Okay.
Do you need a drink? The sun's going to keep you on fire.
Well, that's good. Keep me a little warm.
All right. The witness had stated that he asked Mr. J. Lee, where are you at? At that time, there was objection, I assume, in anticipation of what the answer to that question was going to be anyway. I assume that he's going to say J. Lee responded in some manner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what you're objecting to.
And basically, if the court would allow, the state would proffer that.
Tell me what the answer to that question would have been.
J. Lee is basically going to say to Mr. Fears that he's on his way to meet somebody. They had gotten an argument before, but he's going back because he's expecting some benefit, a sexual benefit.
And the defense contends that's hearsay. Is it offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
It is not.
What's it offered for then?
I'm going to let Gwen argue this part.
All right. Well, if it is, if it is either is or is not offered for truth of the matter asserted.
The way it would not be is because
I'm gonna let Gwen. I'm gonna let one of you time argue. I'm gonna let you pick your best horse to ride. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, our argument is twofold. We're offering it for the truth of the matter that he was going to go somewhere. The hearsay exception for it is the then and there existing mental state or condition. Your Honor, I actually have a case cite for the court. It is Holloman v. State, 178 Southern 3rd 689.
You wouldn't, if you would give me just a second to get my able assistant, I want to actually read the case instead of, not that I don't take y'all's word for what it says, but I like to read them myself. But, did you get that cite book?
I can give the court an overview while you're waiting for it to
go ahead, please do.
In that case, Holloman was charged with having killed his wife. Her friend, his wife's name was Laura, and Laura spoke to, Katie, her friend, before leaving. She told Katie that she was leaving him, that she wanted a divorce, and that she was taking her clothes from the closet, packing them up, and leaving. It was within the court's discretion, of course, in the admissibility, but the argument was that it was a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, or pain. And it did not include memory or belief to prove the fact remembered. It was just what she was going to do. And it's related to her execution or identification of the declarant's will. Mr. Fears is here to testify as to what Jay Lee was telling of what his intent was and why his intent was that. It is similar to the statements made by Holloman's wife to her friend regarding what she intended to do, which is that she was going to leave him and she was going to packing her clothes and that she wanted a divorce. In that case, it was allowed to come in. It was affirmed by the court. And Your Honor probably has the case by now.
Let me, can you direct me to a head note or something to the good spot?
Yes, it's actually...
Head note number 10, that's spontaneous statement.
Head note 6, the paragraph before that, it has section 3. So whether the trial court erroneously admitted hearsay statements by the victim.
Y'all give me just a second. I understand the state's argument that y'all contend this is, state contends while this is hearsay, that there's an exception to the hearsay rule.
Yes, Your Honor. It is also, I would further argue that it is, the detective will later testify as they receive this information, it is going to come into how, when the detective testifies, it's about how they're proceeded in their investigation. And then later on, I mean, the defendant admits that he invited him over. So it's, you know, even if it was ruled not a hearsay exception, Your Honor, it, although we do believe it to be one, it would be harmless because the same information is coming. But, yeah.
I'll hear from the defense. Anybody that wants to can argue it. No.
The case that they cited is making reference to a statement made in the presence of a witness that observed the event occur as to some type of assault. That's not the case here. Also, what they're telling the court is that they anticipate that if you let it in now, it would be harmless error because it's going to come in later. Your Honor, under that particular case law, it doesn't satisfy the exception as a present sense impression. They're having conversations about conduct that may or may not occur between the declarant and someone else. The case they've cited is certainly not on point.
I'm going to take just a minute and read the case in its entirety anyway.
Now, in that particular case,
I'm listening. Go ahead.
The witness observed the activity between the alleged victim and the defendant, and as a result of that, the statement that she's packing up going to divorce the individual, the court ruled because she had observed something and that statement was made during the course of that particular event, and the statement made after that, there was a connection between the two. It's clearly not here in this case.
Let me just leave one more second anyway. All right, I'm going to find that is an exception to the hearsay rule being 803.3 of the Mississippi Rules of Evidence. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feeling, pain, and bodily health. If the testimony is, I'd ask the witness to step out for a minute because I don't want him. I don't know what the testimony is going to be, and I don't want to be giving anybody a course on what to say. Right, as it relates to, as to the extent that the statement by J. Lee to this witness is to what his plan was, I will allow it route to be introduced. Nothing further than that. Nothing further than what his plan was. And I don't know what the statement is, but if it's something more than what he planned to do, it'll be excluded. As to what he planned to do, it'll be admissible. Is that clear as mud? And if somebody wants to give me a proffer of what that statement is anticipated to be, I'll tell you what portion of it is admissible and what portion of it is not admissible.
Yes, sir. My understanding of the statement is, as he testified, he was basically on like a FaceTime with J. Lee as he was leaving his apartment. He wasn't at home, and that he will testify that J. Lee was telling him that he was going where he was going and why he was going there. He was like, I'm going back to meet this guy I met with earlier. I blocked him on everything because we had a fight earlier. And that's what the statement is going to be.
I'm not going to let the part about because we had a fight earlier in. He can say that I'm planning on going somewhere, but I'm not going to let him talk about that.
I think that's where we get into not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. Exactly what
y'all carried me pretty far down the hearsay road already. That's as far as I'm going.
May I make a record?
Please do. You can make any proffer proof that you like.
Once he hears that information, this is on the early morning hours of July the 8th, 5:58. On July the 11th, he has sent a post from social media from OPD asking for information on the whereabouts of J. Lee. It's that information about the fight and about where he was going that resulted in this witness on his own contacting law enforcement to provide them that information. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Because of the nature of the information, it was important that he tell law enforcement.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to those witnesses. But as to this witnesses, I'm going to let him testify as to what J. Lee's plan was. The plan is I'm going to see I'm going to see some guy basically, but I'm not going to. I don't think that the reasoning behind the plan is not the same as the plan anyway. And that's the court's ruling. You can ask the defendant what J. Lee told him about where he was planning to go.
Okay.
And what he was planning to do as to his motivation as to why he made that plan or as to why he was going to where he was going. I'm going to exclude that testimony. That's not part of the plan. That's the basis behind the plan. All right, and if you need a minute to discuss that with your attorney with your witness before.
Would have to.
Before you get back before the jury, I'll let you do that. But court is going to find it. For the purpose of this witness is hearsay. For the purpose of some other witness, the complete statement may not be hearsay, but for the purpose of this witness at this time, the court's going to find it as hearsay.
So where he was planning to go. Okay. I was just writing down what Your Honor said the question was.
Do it now.
I was writing down the question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody have any objection, Mr. Creekmore advising, or if you want to do it here on the record, of any limitations of it?
I don't have a problem.
Okay, all right. Y'all wish me to address the witness, or y'all want to try to talk to the witness? Do y'all wish me to address the witness on some limitations, or y'all want to try to do that?
I've spoken to Mr. Fears about the court's ruling with respect to not saying anything in the presence of the jury about Jay Lee saying that they had been into a fight earlier. Is that correct, Mr. Fears? Okay.
All right. All right. Show the jury back in. All right, everybody good on the jury? All right, you may proceed with the question in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we took a break, we were talking about you noticing on your phone, I believe it was 5:21, that you had gotten a message from Jay Lee. 5:21 a.m.
Yes, sir. 5:21 a.m. He texted me. He said, "I'm bored."
Okay. All right. And then you called him.
5:58. I called him.
5:58.
5:58.
And you could tell he was going somewhere.
Yes.
Did you hear him get in his car?
Yes.
Did you know what kind of car he had?
He had a black Ford car with his name on the tag.
Jay Lee on the back.
Yeah.
Any other noticeable features about the car?
No, it had a big stripe on the front of it.
Okay. All right. And could you hear the car in the background?
Yes.
All right. And what was said in that conversation with Jay Lee?
He was just telling me about how he had seen someone earlier, and he was going to see the person who he had seen earlier, and he described the things that they did. He also told me that
Yes. What happened after that?
Okay.
What else did he say?
He said,
what his plans were. In that conversation, did he tell you what his plans were?
he said he was going to get oral sex, receive oral sex.
Thank you, Honor. Was it your understanding that he was going to meet somebody for that oral sex?
Correct.
All right. What if, were you concerned about that?
I mean, yeah,
All right. Why were you concerned?
because of what he previously told me.
Okay. Well, did you know enough about Jay Lee in the LGBT community to know that he was out in the open?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know anything about his preferences?
Yeah, he communicated with me what he liked.
Okay.
He told me what he also attracted, though.
And did he look up to you in some way?
I would say so, yeah. We were.
And why is that?
Because I was a 27-year-old man. I mean, I'm not new to this. I've been around the block. I know how it works. I know how it goes.
All right. And did you give him any advice about that?
Yeah, I would tell him that, like a down low man or like a man who isn't comfortable with their sexuality is not someone you want to be out here hooking up with. I was like, because, you know.
What did you tell him?
I told him, I said, they will kill you before their dirty little secret gets exposed.
Now, how would you describe Jay Lee, his personality?
Well, first of all, Jay was very brave. You get what I'm saying? He was very fun, friendly. He loved to dance, vibrant, bright.
And when you saw him, was he typically always put together fashionably? So, what about his relationship with his dog?
He didn't go anywhere without her.
Didn't go anywhere without Lexi. All right. And when you were talking to Jay Lee at 5:58 a.m., how did he sound then? Did he sound depressed or concerned about anything?
No.
Did he sound more like the Jay Lee that you're used to? Vibrant?
Yes.
Excited?
He sounded like he was going to go have some fun.
Okay. Court's indulgence. All right. Did you know Jay Lee to use social media?
Yes.
Did you pay attention to what he posted?
Yes.
All right. And then after July the 8th, well, let me ask you this. Did you know him to post often and regularly?
Jay would post every day on his story.
And then after your last conversation with him, did you ever see him post anything again?
I did not.
All right. Now, did he ever try to contact you again?
After?
After.
No.
Did you ever try to contact him?
Yeah, I reached out to him and I said, hey, friend, and it never got opened. The message was never opened.
Message was never opened. All right, then what happened on July the 11th of 2022?
July the 11th, okay? I woke up getting ready to go to my shift, I got ready, and before I'm leaving out the door, I'm checking my phone, looking at my messages, and someone messaged me saying, "Hey, I see that you've been hanging out with Jay a lot. He's missing. Have you seen him?"
Okay.
So that happened, and once I got to work, I reached out to the number that was on the UPD, the campus police.
Did they send you the post from University Police Department sending out a request for information?
Yeah.
So you had that post,
Mm-hmm.
and you called that number.
Correct.
All right. And what happened after that?
I worked my normal regular shift. 2 police officers, I'm assuming, came to my job later on that night and interviewed me.
Okay. So you reached out to law enforcement to tell them what you knew, to see, did you know whether that was going to be helpful or not?
Well, I mean, I knew it would because I knew what kind of conversation we had.
Right. Okay. So when you found out Jay Lee was missing, it made, in your mind, that conversation even more important.
Absolutely.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Tend to the witness, Sean.
Examination.
Good morning, Mr. Fears. How you doing today?
I'm well.
I missed it. I just wanted, you work at Baptist. What are your job responsibilities? I just wanted it on my notes. What do you do out there?
I was an X-ray tech at the time.
Okay, are you still doing that now?
I'm still an X-ray tech today.
But not at Baptist.
But not at Baptist.
Sound like you worked a lot of hours.
Did.
Okay.
I worked 40 hours a week.
12 on, 12 off, and that's a full-time job you had there, right?
Correct.
How long had you been working there?
Been working there since 2020.
Okay. And so when you testified earlier that you met Jay Lee in the park, when was that? How long had you known Jay Lee prior to July the 8th of 2022?
I met him in the park in May.
May. So y'all known each other, became pretty instant friends, pretty tight at that particular time.
We were building a friendship. We were getting to know each other.
Okay. Were y'all involved in any type of relationship at all?
We were friends.
Okay, just friends, no other type of relationship. Okay. Would it be a fair statement, Mr. Fears, to say that that during the course of your becoming friends with Mr. Lee, that he used different platforms to establish hookups with basically random hookups?
Would it be fair?
Yeah. To say that.
I don't understand the question.
Did he use, as well as, I mean, you have, according to what I understand, during the course of your investigation, my understanding is that Jay Lee and yourself, not necessarily together, used an app called Jacked.
Okay.
That Jacked is an app for the purpose of hookups, right?
It can be used for a lot of things. It can be used for hookups, dating, chatting, networking.
But for purposes of Jay Lee's use of Jack, and not necessarily yours all the time, but it was used for hookups for Jay Lee, as you understand it.
I'm not quite sure.
Okay. But you remember giving a statement at the time that you were interviewed, that you referenced to on direct examination, that that jacked up is something that that being you, and Jay Lee used to hook up?
May we approach? Improper impeachment. Improper impeachment.
try to do it all at one time, if that's okay.
If we would just, I can't make sure that letting
All right. Mr. Fears, not a trick question. The app Jack, did you use it, and did you have knowledge that Jay Lee used it for the purpose of hooking up with other people?
I think you could only assume that. Jay never said, hey, I'm on this app doing this.
No, I'd like to have this exhibit marked for identification.
Yes, sir.
may we approach? I'm sorry.
It's marked as two. Thank you. Mr. Fears, I know it's been a long time. When you get comfortable. But I want you to, I'm going to point on this particular document. It's identified as Defense Exhibit D2. And just read it. I'm going to run my pen across it so we don't go through the whole document. Tell me whether or not you recall providing this information during the course of the interview that we referenced. You've had an opportunity to look at the identified.
One of these days, I did 150 years old, so we hadn't had time to get y'all no shade for the windows anyway. Got to dodge that sunlight the best you can so you can see.
Gotcha.
As far as that particular statement, you recall making that statement to the detectives pertaining to the Jack-Up app, that you told them there was an app that you and Jay Lee used for the purposes of hooking up with other males in the local area.
The detectives asked me what Jack was because they didn't know what it was. So I described to them what Jack was, what it could be used for, that hooking up with people is what you can use the app for. Most one of the things you can use the app for.
But as far as the portion of it in this particular statement, I'm not going into the rest of it, but for
I'm going to ask about this particular question.
There's a recorded interview, and that
Is what now?
there's a recorded interview of this exact thing. It is not phrased the same way in the recorded
No,
interview.
no, I thought we weren't going to have talking objections here.
If there is a, I'm going to let you ask this last question. Did you, I think he's already answered the question anyway, but I'm going to ask the question one more time.
Do you recall giving, you admit or deny that you gave that particular statement to the law enforcement officer?
What particular statement? The one that you just showed me?
Whether or not that app, that y'all used that app for hookups.
That we used it for hookups?
Yes. You deny that statement.
I still don't understand the question.
The question is, do you admit or deny that what's in this officer's report pertaining to what they took down in this report is in your interview, at some point in time, you admit or deny that you told them that Jack was a app that y'all used to hook up with men in the local area?
I admit to telling them what Jack was, that what you could use it for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You also are familiar with the fact that further down during the interview, you also identified not only Jack as an app that J-Lee used, but BLK and Grindr in order to have hookups.
I don't know what BLK is. I never said that.
Let me show you again whether or not you recall making this statement in this officer's report, okay?
You have objection? Go ahead, Vic.
Your Honor, the summation.
Yeah, come on. I will say this, if there is a
Ms. Spears?
Yes.
Without going into the content of either interview at this point in time, you were interviewed twice, fair statement?
You said what?
You were interviewed twice or just one time?
I was interviewed by two separate people.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's my point. And first time that you were, according to the report, that I've been provided, 7/12/22 is when, my understanding is, you made representations to the officer about the app Jacked, Grinder, says in here BLK, but you deny making any reference to BLK. Okay, do you know what Grinder is?
I know what Jacked is and I know what Grinder is.
What about, okay, and what, would you agree with me that those apps are apps that Jay Lee used, and one of which apparently you used for the purpose of hooking up with other men in the local area?
Okay.
Is that, look at Ms. Spears. Yes or no, then you can explain yourself to the extent you need an explanation. Is that yes or no? Use those apps, correct, to hook up with men in the local area.
You just asked me if Jay Lee and I.
Not together, that you had knowledge that Jay Lee used these apps and knowledge that you used at least the Jack app to hook up with men in the local area.
No. I did not have knowledge that Jay Lee was using the apps to hook up with anybody.
Okay. So the statement in Defense Exhibit 2, Khalid explained to us that Jay Lee used apps such as Jack, BLK, and Grinder in order to have hookups. That's wrong in this report.
Jay never told me that he was hooking up with people on these apps.
Okay.
We never had that conversation.
Khalid explained to us that the Jack app, what it is, and showed us how it works. You showed him how it works.
Right.
He explained that Jack, you did that. That part of the statement is correct, right? Okay. Khalid explained that the Jack app is something that he and Jay Lee used to hook up with other males. That's incorrect.
Like I said, Jay never told me. Like I said, we were building a friendship.
Sure, I understand that.
And you don't just come out and be like, hey, this is what I'm doing, da 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 da. No. So I've never heard Jay from his mouth say that, hey, I'm on these apps doing this. You know, what I do maybe is something totally different, but he didn't tell me that, no.
Okay. And so how often would you and Jay Lee talk? Every day, every other day?
Me and Jay would talk about one every other day, yeah.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you were familiar, you had conversations personally amongst yourself through Snapchat and through other, whether it be Instagram, things of that nature between your address and his address? Fair statement, your account, right?
We communicated on Snapchat.
All right. And your account at that time was KHAALIDDY. That's you, right?
Correct.
All right. And it's a fair statement, is it not, that you and Jay Lee had conversations about what he liked to do sexually and what you like to do sexually through the course of those conversations?
That's not fair to say.
All right. You never had those conversations about sexual stuff or activities or
we had
preferences or anything like that?
We had conversations about what guys were we into. I never asked him about who he was having sex with.
Understand that. I'm not necessarily talking about preferences. I'm talking about activity within whatever he may be doing with sexual partners, what you may like, what he may like, things of that nature. You had those conversations through your Snapchat or Instagram conversations with him, right?
We had conversations through Snapchat.
Okay. And his account, one of them, was Sucker for Jay. That was one of his that you would send messages to, and he'd respond. You're familiar with that account, or that handle, whatever you want to call it. I'm not very tech savvy, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Sucker for Jay was how you conversed with him and sent messages during this time frame.
Is that what his Snapchat name was?
I don't know. I'm asking you, what Snapchat did you use with him as far as in June or July 2022?
Well, I'm not sure what his username handle is, but the way his name pops up in my Snapchat, it says J. It has like a little heart emoji.
One of those, Sucker for Jay, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's been provided in the discovered response as a result of a search warrant that
Your Honor, I object.
If the witness
Witness has said, I don't
doesn't know what the account was.
So I want to hand you and mark this for identification. D3.
We approach.
You may.
Here's what's the mark for identification is D3 ID, and it appears, I'm not going to have you read all this, I promise you, but for purposes of identifying, that's your account, how you go by KHALIDDY on June 6th, correct?
Correct.
And you look at this on here, Sucker for Jay, that's conversations that appear that you had with Jay, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Look at it for just a minute and just hold on to it. Just hold on to it if you don't mind. Just look through it and tell me whether or not you have any dispute that appears to be conversations that y'all had, correct?
Correct.
So it appears throughout this conversation, I'm not going to go through the details, but it appears that y'all are having some conversations about sexual conduct, things of that nature. I want to direct your attention to the third page, if you don't mind.
Let the state see, have you got a copy of that other document? Let him have a copy of the document. Form any opinion, don't talk about the case with anyone. I'm going to ask that what's the party preference on whether the witness stays on the stand during this? Y'all come to order. Do the parties have any preference whether the witness remains in the witness stand during our arguments or whether the witness I'm going to ask you to go back to the witness stand, Mr. Spears, and we'll don't discuss your testimony with anyone. We'll call you when we need you, okay? Thank you. All right, Mr. Spears, get out there. I'll let you make your objections anyway.
Just didn't want to go into. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. My first objection when we started this was as to I thought he was going to have it be read because that would be this is not a report he made coming into evidence without being authenticated. My second objection is that it is hearsay. In looking at this document, he said he identifies it as a conversation, but before he didn't remember it. He's looking at it. There's no top that says this is the sender and this is the receiver. So I don't know which message goes to which, because this wouldn't even be the proper witness to bring this in under. Secondly, there's not a hearsay exception that this would fit. We're talking about.
I'm gonna deal with one of these objections at a time. One at a time, anyway. We'll get to hearsay if we get to hearsay. Okay. But tell me your first objection anyway.
My first objection was having him read anything on here into evidence. If he reads it out loud, especially
until such time as something is authenticated to the satisfaction of the court, we're not going to have any reading to the jury. By looking at the document, I don't know who is the giver and who the receiver. The witness may know who the giver and the receiver is. If this witness is able to testify that, yes, I had that conversation with Jay Lee, I was the giver or I was the receiver, and it's authenticated, then we'll move on into any hearsay objection. If the witness can't do that, then we won't get as far as the hearsay objection. But if you want to take the hearsay objection up at this time, rather than ping pong in the jury, you can make your arguments as to why you feel this is hearsay, and I give the defense opportunity to say, for purposes of this argument and purposes of this argument only, I'm going to assume that the defense can authenticate it. Don't know that they can, but rather than ping pong in the jury, I'm going to work under the assumption that they've gotten past the authentication portion and move on into the hearsay objection. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. My second objection was that it is hearsay without an exception. If you are able to identify who said what, or if this witness is, I would say, Your Honor, that there is no exception. He's just talking about, like he said, he even described it in his question, things that they say they like to do. It's not a present sense impression. They're not doing it in the moment. It's not a then existing mental state. It's not a statement for medical purposes. There's no exception as to if it's being offered for the truth. If it's being offered that this is what Jay Lee liked, then Jay Lee's not here. That's a hearsay, Your Honor, without any exception.
I'll let you take up each argument first. Take up the argument what you feel has to be done to authenticate, and whether you have authenticated, whether you can authenticate, and if so, we'll move to hearsay objection.
Your Honor, the witness clearly first of all, was going to ask a few more questions pertaining to the content, whether or not he identified the conversations on there, whether or not they occurred. Yet Hart had answered that question to the extent he could identify the conversations.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to, if we, won't you go ahead and take up your answer to response to the hearsay with the assumption for purposes of argument that you can get by the authentication portion of it anyway.
First of all, we're not a factual assertion. It's conversation between the two. It's not trying to establish any fact, only that they had that conversation between the two of them. We're not establishing any fact other than the fact that they had that conversation. Don't think it's hearsay in the first place. We're not establishing any fact that anything occurred, only that they had that conversation. Then the court has to turn to whether or not it's relevant. It's obviously from the opening statements they're going to try to introduce some documentation that there was a conversation about some strangulation or something along those lines during the course of their presentation, and also basically having conversations about sexual preferences and things consistent with what the state proposes our client said or did during the course of some other evidence that hasn't been introduced at this time, which I assume that the state's going to try to introduce. The stuff about the choking, Your Honor, it is conditionally relevant, Your Honor, at this point in time, based on what I understand and what they presented in opening statements as to our client's statement on the 558 Google search. Just ask them about those particular things. These conversations they're having between each other.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to, is there anybody that can tell us with any degree of certainty who said what on those exchanges?
Phone extraction about the Snapchat return, which I think is Douglas, then Ryan Baker. There's several detectives that could.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to get, without relaying anything to the, getting off into any specifics, I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask this witness who this conversation is between, and can he identify?
He's already answered that question, Your Honor.
I think so. He says that. But then, who said what?
That's correct.
Once he decided who said what, if he says the other way, that or I'm going to give you an answer to that question as to who said what and what was said, but then I'll decide about the hearsay at that point. All right?
Thank you.
Make any sense?
Can I just make a final record on that point?
All right, go ahead.
Just to say that in opposing counsel's response, he did not cite a single exception to the hearsay rule. He only said that it was relevant. Something relevant.
He said it was not. He said it was not offered for the proof of the matter asserted. That's what he said. And I'm going to see what's said, and then I'll make a decision whether it's offered on proof of the matter asserted or not. I did not hear any exception to the hearsay rule cited. I did hear him offer that it was not offered for proof of the matter asserted. I'll make a decision on that after I know a little more. All right. Bring the witness back in. Don't ask the witness anything, to read anything specific out loud. Come back around, Mr. Fears, and have a seat there. We're bouncing you around like a basketball today here and there, but I appreciate you bearing with us, okay? All right, show the jury back in. fair warning, I may send you out again in just a minute. I told you we're gonna bounce you around like a ping pong today, so maybe we'll get better. That's the reason trials take 2 weeks sometimes.
I approach John.
Hey, remember the court's instruction on how to conduct the interview.
Spears, I asked you to identify conversation or this document D3, and I think you had responded that Khalidi, Khaddy, that's your conversation, your chat to Sucker for Jay, which is Jay Lee, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so once you review, so you're the originator of the conversation, and he's the recipient of the conversation on the first level, and then after when he responds to you, he'd be on the left side of the page, correct?
Ask him, rephrase the
Okay.
question, ask him to identify who is the recipient, who is the,
This is, you're sending a chat message here.
rephrase, just ask him if he can identify who is the recipient and who is the sender.
They go back and forth, John.
On any particular
Right.
line.
On the left side is the sender in the message, on the right side is the recipient, correct?
Let him ask us, let him review the,
Review the document, tell me who the sender is on
There you
this
go, we
particular-
get it somewhere now.
On these two columns, the question is, who's the sender? On this side?
Just a second, I'm trying to decide who is talking in the conversation. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so tell me, the left side of the column I've identified, third row over, is that sender or recipient?
Sender.
Okay. Right side is recipient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you can identify these conversations. You've looked at the conversations that you've had with Jay Lee through y'all's chat, correct? Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the third page of this document, if you don't mind. You look at that, please. You see at the bottom of the page, beginning right here where I've marked although, you see that on there? Third page, third line. This particular page right here. I think you're on the wrong page. Look on this line right here of the document.
Which page is it again?
I think it's the third page. On this particular document, it's the second page, I'm sorry. On this particular line where it begins, I'm a lover, not a fighter, who is the sender on that? Don't answer what it says at this time. Tell me who the
I think you
sender
just
is.
said what it said. That's the,
It ain't a good spot. We'll let that in for clarification purposes.
Or this conversation right here on D3,
Okay.
who is the sender?
Jay.
Okay. And the recipient?
Me.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to have D3 introduced in the evidence.
I wasn't able to see.
Let us say, everybody talk about what we talked about anyway. got a question is, when you're asking for the D3 in its entirety to be introduced?
I am.
We were talking earlier about offer for the truth of the matter asserted or not offer for the truth of the matter asserted. Our court attention was directed to one particular item, not D3 in its entirety.
That's correct, Your Honor. I will take all the pages out, but the page referenced, and we can redact before it's published if it is. All the other portions off except for the conversation.
I want to read in particularity, when it's all said and done, what portion of D3 you're asking to be introduced for me to make a determination whether it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted or not. Show me. Don't tell me. Show me what portion of D3 you actually want to be.
All the aspects marked in orange.
And somebody tell me which side, who was the giver and who was the receiver?
Sender on the left, receiver on the right.
Tell me, what does this mean?
You had to have a witness do that, John.
Oh, that I think that's like emojis, but they can't print out.
Oh. Okay.
Third time.
There'll be two sequential messages from the same sender to the same recipient. So each time it changes, it would be a chain.
This one right here. This is one which one would that one be? Like these two lines here.
So this is being said by the victim. Is it saying?
Both of these.
No, Judge, the one above that would be from the previous. Yes. Yes, Judge.
I think so. I can't really see.
Y'all looking
read it? Motion messed up.
Yes.
Subject for J.
That is still him.
portion indicted all of is that still the case or not still?
This portion right here, kind of marked this originally, just had the conversation so you could go through and identify that portion. Make sure.
As it relates to these three. I'm thinking about termination of the petition. Just on the highlighted portion. Not considered as a whole. Not decided whether to use it as a whole or not, because that decision based on the highlighted portion. Board here. I'm going to send the jury back out, which I have the best shot as to going through. I think I have sufficient authority. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do the best shot and then do the real. Jury, I'm going to ask you to step back out. Y'all got your thoughts together? All right. I'm going to,
I do want to clarify something, Your Honor, that I just realized. So, because I haven't seen this in this format before, I was thinking that every message is sent has a timestamp beside it. That middle part, I don't think that goes with the top part, which, maybe we approach so I can show you.
What we got in discovery, Your Honor?
No.
So,
you guys going back to my ping pong ball and like, we'll just sit back and I'm going to do this. At this point, we can't agree on what goes to what.
Well, I think we do after now. I think we do. There was just that one question about this, and we've now changed our opinion together as to what that is.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to let the
this sentence changes meaning if, which is why I don't know if he's gonna get it, I don't know. But we agree.
Yes.
I'll give you my way to think this is hearsay, if it's not hearsay. But, see, I'm gonna tell all of you this, if this witness cannot say that which, how those conversations were divided, I'm not gonna let it be until somebody tells me that it is.
It's gonna be a short trial, Your Honor. Based on that ruling.
Well, I don't know, I'm looking at that. If this witness can tell what which it is it. And I don't know if he can or not. If he can, we're gonna go ahead. If he can't, we're gonna let somebody else go, or we're gonna let somebody else tell us what it is. Just in writing.
Judge, I will only have him read, though, if he can, we get through the predicate aspect of it, only have him read these portions of it, and then we will have the remainder, D3 redacted to only reflect those
I'm
portions.
gonna bring the witness back in, and let him tell us without security, which you said for.
Your Honor, have you made the ruling on to hearsay?
I don't know what I'm ruling on. I don't know what I'm ruling on as of yet. Bring the witness in, the limited purpose saying, can he identify who said what? In that one particular area.
I'm not.
I think all are, there's two lines there, where we make the difference in sentences, which one they do.
Mr. Spears, get your exercise.
Get my steps in.
Yeah. As to the highlighted area, D3 is the exhibit, but I'm going to have you go over the portions so we can run through this a lot faster. The highlighted areas that are in D3 are marked as to this particular page, where the top of it starts with Khad and Sucker J, and at the top of it, it says, for the purpose of the record, I like a nigga. It appears to be that, okay? So that's where we're starting, as far as that particular, what it says right there. So, as to going down to line 4, where it says Sucker 4J and Khad, that's Sucker J and that's Khad. We've already identified the fact that sender, recipient, Sucker's 4J is J, and Khad is you. What was said, what did Sucker J say to you in that conversation?
It says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM.
Okay. And that was the extent of that particular line's conversation. What was said next by Sucker J to you, to J to you?
During sex.
Okay. And what was said, continuation of that particular conversation, what else was said?
Where do you want me to stop?
Right now, the next line.
Okay. Jay says, LOL, I enjoy a little, looks like he wanted to say mutual aggression.
Okay. Mutual aggression. All right. The next line is what? Who said what? From who to whom?
The next
line.
The next line would be, where are we at?
Right here.
Okay. That would be me to him.
Okay. And that you just sent something that's some emojis.
Could be like emojis, yeah.
Emojis, yeah. All right. And after that, Sucker Jay sent, what happened next?
I think I corrected his typo. I said mutual. Boy. Sucker for He said mutual. I said correct.
All right, you said correct on the next line. All right, and then what did Circle for J say to you?
He says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And your response was?
Heavy on it.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
What does that mean to me?
Yeah, heavy on it.
Heavy on it. Heavy on it is a music label that my favorite rapper started. She started her own record label, and it's called Heavy on It.
Okay. Okay, so that's what you said to him, heavy on that.
Yeah.
And then you said back to him, do you have any kinks, LOL, right?
Correct.
And Circle for J to you, what was that response?
He says aggressive, and also he says aggressive, and he also likes to get put in his place.
Okay, let's go to the next marked location on this particular page. As to what's marked right here, what did Jay Lee on page that start up at the top in this particular exhibit says, ooh, I'm sorry, I'd bring you some if I weren't. Pages aren't identified, so I have to identify it, but what's at the top of the page? Jay, at this location right here, I've identified to you, what did he say to you?
Right here.
Yes.
What's
Right.
the timestamp on
1429. I'm just going. We're in the second orange area, Your Honor. All three of them. I'm going to get all. This is the, Your Honor. This is the part we're going to identify. I'm getting to identify all the other conversations. Then we'll get to the part that we're going to redact that.
I had a particular, I had a specific
Okay.
question.
I was just laying the predicate.
As to the two line, there was two lines there that the court
Okay.
could not identify. They were together.
Right.
There was a spot between them as to whether or not who was the giver and who was the recipient. Generally,
Right.
when they're all on one line, I could figure it out.
Right here, Mr. Spears.
Can I confer with Mr. Herrington?
Right. But that's the specific question I got there as to one particular line, who was the giver and who was the receiver, because it's not clear to the court.
Right here. As to this conversation right here from Jay to you.
This is where we are.
Right here, at the top of the page, we talked about it earlier, right here. It says, sender is who?
It's Jack.
All right, and to you, right?
Correct.
That's your records. Read that out and tell me whether or not what that says.
It says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked?
And you said heavy on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I look at that just a second? Let me show you right here what I'm talking about.
I understand. That's that conversation, that whole conversation. We're talking about that part right there.
So it's.
Go one right over. That's where the statement starts. That's right. Do you have any keys LOL? I don't think so. Right. Yes.
he misidentified, my understanding.
Mr. Fears, would you start right here where it says Sucker J. Khalid and identify the conversation, who said what, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Where am I stopping?
Start right here down to putting someone in their place.
Okay. So Jay says,
okay, go ahead.
Jay says, ooh, you like to choke and to be choked? I said, heavy on it. Then I messaged him back and I said, do you have any kinks? LOL. Jay says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and also get put in my place.
Okay, that's a conversation.
And then,
the rest of it doesn't matter at this point in time. We're not addressing it.
Okay.
That's your recollection and what you recall is conversation that y'all had, and that's reflected in this record.
That's our conversation.
That's the conversation. Thank you.
I think I satisfied myself that who said what. Now, who said what? And I know, and I apologize for jumping so many hoops, but I can't be assuming things when it's open to interpretation. I will now hear your arguments on why this is or is not hearsay. There's been an objection by the state as to that this is hearsay. I'm going to give the state an opportunity to to explain to me why they believe that it is hearsay, and not give the defense an opportunity to say why they think it's not hearsay. All right, go ahead, state whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's a hearsay the line where he says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and get put in my place, because there is no exception. It's not a statement of then and there personal being. He's just talking about what he likes. And the argument that it is not for the truth of the matter, then what's the purpose? Just to show the conversation, as they stated before, they're relating it back to its relevance. The content is the only thing that's relevant. So obviously, you want to use that for the contention that it is true, that Jay is saying, I like to be aggressive. That is what you're using it for. There's no other purpose, and there's no exception. So the argument that it is not hearsay bears belief, because if it's not for the truth that Jay likes this sort of thing, what's it for? To embarrass the victim? To shame him? Like, what is the real purpose? And, Your Honor, they've never articulated that. They just argued it was relevant. A lot of things are relevant, but does it meet the standard of not being even offered for the truth? And if it is, what is the exception?
I'll listen to you.
First of all, I stated earlier, it's not a factual assertion where we're trying to establish that Jay Lee choked anybody or that anything occurred between these two individuals. We're not trying to establish that fact. All we're trying to establish is offer this, not for the truth of the matter asserted, that this conversation took place between the two. And it's been established already through these individuals that he said he didn't have any conversations with him about this sexual activity, things of that nature. First of all, it rebuts his examination direct, and also is conditionally relevant based on the fact that they've established, going to try to get into...
I know question the court's mind is relevant. You can move past that.
Right.
But relevant, you can be relevant and still be hearsay.
Right.
I don't find it relevant anymore.
Right. But it's offered not to prove that they acted anyway or the truth that anybody choked anybody, but only to lay for purposes of part of the foundation to establish that these individuals had these conversations about potentially sexual deviant activities between these individuals and other individuals, and what Jay Lee's preference was and what other people's preference was. There's other conversations in there consistent with that, but as to this individual, as to what they had conversations about, Your Honor, it's not a factual assert. We're not asserting any fact. We're not trying to establish any fact other than we're trying to say that this conversation took place and they had these conversations about what they liked as far as sexual preference.
Witness already testified that he had conversations like that, so why did the details, he knows the details are hearsay, why would they need to be said?
Witness testified he did or did not have conversations of this nature?
He's already testified when he showed him that they had conversations of a sexual nature. He already earlier testified to that. First he said they didn't, but then when he showed it to him, he said, oh yes, we did. But he didn't, what would be the purpose of, if you're trying to say that we're only introducing it to say that he did have those conversations, he said he had conversations where they talk about things that they like. So why would you need to introduce the hearsay?
Court gonna take about a 5-minute break. Scratch my head and come back to the meeting. Okay. Made my decision. Come on back around, Mr. Fears. All right. Y'all, Mr. Creekmore, you may want to pay attention. I've reached a decision. What I'm going to do is this. The court's recollection of the testimony was from this witness that he and Mr. Lee had not discussed their likes and preferences of a sexual nature. This conversation would tend to impeach that anyway. I'm going to allow the defense attorney to read those limited statements that we got there. Ask Mr. Fears did he did or did not make those statements. I'm not going to introduce them into evidence as substance evidence. I'm going to allow them to be questioned for impeachment purposes. All right. So D3 is not going to be introduced into evidence. I am going to let you impeach Mr. Fears on those matters.
Your Honor, and I may have misheard. I think that you're correct that he did say that we didn't talk explicitly about sexual preferences and that kind of thing, just
that's the way I
preferences in men. But when confronted with extraneous evidence, he said, yes, we did have that conversation.
That's how it goes.
And this would be more evidence for impeachment purposes. And I'm going to.
But
I'm going to allow him to. I'm going to allow him to impeach the witness about what his previous testimony was. I'm not going to allow it admitted into evidence, but for impeachment purposes only. Y'all understand that? And since the only portion of D3 that I've reviewed for those purposes, that's what I want to limit it to at this time.
There's other portions in here, Your Honor.
As to that particular issue?
As to the impeachment aspect, yes, Your Honor.
I'm talking about that as on impeachment on that particular question.
Yes, just whether or not they had other conversations. But what I planned on doing was, based on what we've gone through and how long it's taken, ask the question about other content. You remember other conversations?
If they are for purposes of impeachment, something prior inconsistent statement that he's made in his testimony, I'll give you the opportunity. If they're not, I'm not going to let you do it. I'm fine with it is hearsay, but it's for impeachment, this impeachment purpose, but not introduction into evidence.
Right.
All right.
As substantive proof.
Not as substantive proof. Y'all. Do y'all need a minute with that, Mr. Creekmore? Is that going to relate to this witness, Mr. Creekmore?
No, it doesn't. It relates to the next witness, so I think we should go. It relates to the next witness.
It's 4:24. There's probably not going to be a next witness today.
Your Honor,
Can we get through with these cross-examination and redirect? There's probably not going to be another witness today, so y'all have all night to get that going, okay? All right, show the jury back in. patience. I trust no one's having a problem with the court's instructions. Anyway, call it to my attention if you do. You may proceed with the question in light of the court's findings.
Right. Mr. Fears, last time we were on the record, showed you it's been marked for identification. It states Defense Exhibit 3, and pertaining to your previous testimony about you and Jay Lee didn't have conversations about sexual preferences, things of that nature. I want to hand you a portion of, and again, this is the exhibit, and these are the portions that I want you to be concentrated on, highlighted part. It won't be highlighted on the exhibit, okay?
Okay.
But if you would, on that particular page, reference to y'all's conversations, where starting on the line highlighted, I'll look at that line and agree with me whether or not y'all had these conversations between you and Jay Lee on June the 13th, Monday, June the 13th. And you've identified these previously, right? This is y'all's conversation, right?
This is our conversation.
All right. Do you admit or deny, I assume you admit now that you have made these conversations, and would you read Sucker for Jay's Jay Lee, correct?
Correct.
And Khalidi, that's you, right?
Correct.
So if you would start at the highlighted area, which is the same portion of D3, and state, first of all, what Sucker for Jay, which is Jay Lee, in that chat said to you, I feel like, anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So he says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM during sex.
What does that mean to you?
BDSM to me?
Okay, do you have any idea what that means?
I don't know the actual definition.
All right, and what's the next response, or the next, what Sucker Jay said after that?
He continues on to say, LOL, I enjoy a little mutual aggression.
All right. What occurred after that?
Your Honor, I think that was a misstatement of who was the sender and the receiver. I'm sorry to be insistent on that.
Just identify the conversations. Go through the conversations, responding, and
Give who is the sender, say that, and say this person responds to this. Okay. Just one line at a time, okay? Or
Okay.
one text at a time.
Where do you want me to start?
Start back over at the top.
Okay. Jay says, I feel like you'd be into BDSM during sex.
All right, then what did he say?
Jay is still talking.
All right.
No, that's not correct.
Jay
Whether
is
we've
still
identified it outside the presence of the jury, that emoji.
talking about the emoji.
No, but that's part of the same.
What was said next between the conversation between you and Sucker Jay Lee next?
It says, LOL, I enjoy a little mural aggression.
Okay. That's what you said to him, right?
No, that's what he says to me.
Okay, then what happened? That's what he's testifying
It looks like I sent him some emojis.
to. Okay.
And then Jay says, mutual, question mark. Oh, wait a minute.
All right. And then what happened? What did you say to him after that?
Just a second.
Your Honor, we approach.
It makes sense now.
I'm had a conversation, we've had a pretty good argument about this, and this witness identified who said what.
Mr. Pierce.
Give me just a second, please.
Testimony is changed now.
Just a second, because this format, y'all, it's a lot. Let me look over it. Okay.
Take your time.
Okay, so it looks like I said, LOL, I enjoy a little mutual aggression. That's what it looks like.
Okay, that's
and,
fine.
And Jay is correcting me saying mutual, and I said correct.
And then what? What'd Jay say then?
Jay says, ooh, you like to choke and be choked? I said heavy on it. I then reply, do you have any kinks, LOL?
Then what was said?
Jay says, I don't think so. I like to be aggressive, and I also like to be put in my place.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I want to move you down to the conversations on the page that you've identified previously. On the left side of the page is Jay Lee. Come on, Sheldon. I was going to identify at the top. Yeah. It says who at the top.
Have I gone too far?
I think so. Okay.
I would ask you to allow you to identify.
Both sides. Conversations.
Before you go, okay?
That's all on the bottom of the page. Look at the time right here. June 13, 14, 20. Okay. Mr. Lee, if you would identify the conversations if you can. You've identified previously sender on the left side, recipient on the right side. Do you see that particular conversation that's highlighted on that conversation? No, just a highlighted part.
Got it.
Please do. I'm getting lonesome up here. It's
You never talk about
2 minutes.
We didn't talk about this.
I'll draw the question this time, Your Honor. Sort of right off the appropriate time. There's, I wanted to ask you, I know it's been so long since the meeting. It's testified earlier that the apps that you went to or that you didn't go to, or basically that you talked to the cops about, Jack and the other two, are those apps that you had on your phone? You had Jack on your phone?
I had 2 of the 3 that you.
2 of the 3 are actually on your phone. Okay. And did you ever share anything that you received from Jack or Grinder, I think, with Jay Lee or anything like that, or any information or anybody that you had met on Grinder and talked to Jay Lee about that individual, or set anybody up or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge,
Okay.
no.
All right. And Mr. Fears, I want to make sure, in addition to what we pointed out as far as conversations that you and Jay Lee had on, I believe that would have been, you identified Monday, or May the 28th, 2022. You would agree with me, would you not, that I went through all these conversations, or went through each one of these, that there's going to be certain times that y'all had conversations about sexual activity, sexual preference, things like that, right? Some, not a whole lot, but some. Similar to what I pointed out just a few moments ago.
You said sexual activities and
Not
sexual
activities,
preferences.
but preferences, things of that nature, conversations between you and Jay Lee, consistent with what we just talked about a few minutes ago.
I'm
Correct?
confused.
You don't believe so?
I said I'm confused.
All right. You first testified, I want to go through it again. You first testified that y'all didn't talk about sexual preferences, didn't talk about partners, didn't talk about certain things, about meetings,
I think we
how
didn't.
you hooked up, things of that nature. You talked about whether or not you'd given that information to police officers on the 12th of June 2022. And we pointed out that y'all had conversations about choking and things of that nature in that conversation. Would you agree with me, in all likelihood, or if there is conversations consistent with what we discovered here on cross-examination?
That's not sexual preference, though.
Sexual preference, sexual conduct, sexual conversations about certain things.
Okay.
A lot of that, right?
You said a lot of it?
Yeah. Within your chat history, during the 4 months that y'all knew each other. Talked about a lot of sex, I guess.
We talked about a lot of sex? I don't think we did. I don't think we talked about a lot of sex.
Portland, though. I'll tell you.
Be you ready?
Is that yours? It is. Okay. All right. Now, prior to coming in here, you reviewed an interview between yourself and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you had with, or the cross-examination you had with Mr. Horan about statements that were made to University Police Department.
Okay.
That was different times.
I had 2 different interviews.
So at first you were responding about that interview that you had just watched, correct, and reviewed, to refresh your recollection.
Correct.
All right. Because how long ago? That was back in the summer of 2022.
Correct.
All right. Now, did those law enforcement officers, whether they were University Police Department or Oxford Police Department, come find you to get information from you?
Both of them did. Both sets of officers.
Why did they do that? How did they even know you had information relevant to this case?
I'm the one who called them.
You called them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the information that you provided to them, they ended up, UPD as well as OPD, got information from you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it was the Oxford Police Department that actually recorded that interview with you.
Correct.
All right. So Had you seen that interview prior to coming here today?
No.
Now, the information that you provided them about the conversation that you had with Jay Lee on Snapchat that morning of July 8th at 5:58, and then prior to that at 5:21, did you have to look at anything to refresh your recollection as to what was said?
No.
Now then, the conversations that you had with Jay Lee while y'all were friends, I believe.
Your Honor, first of all, I didn't go into the conversation you had with Joey on cross-examination.
That's what we argued about the whole time.
Oh, you're talking about the Snapchat? Okay, I thought you were talking about the
Yeah, I
conversation.
think we're good there anyway.
I was drawing my objection to that discrepancy.
Yes, sir. I believe your testimony was that you were y'all met in May, and then from May to July the 8th, y'all became closer and closer as friends.
We were building a friendship.
You explained that to the jury.
Yes.
During that time, did you have many conversations with him?
Yeah.
Through Snapchat,
Yeah.
iMessage, or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Did y'all meet on any of those apps?
Not at all.
Okay. And I think you were saying that you explained to law enforcement about the apps that were used by LGBTQ interested people in order to make connections.
Law enforcement came to me, both the UPD and OPD, and they knew absolutely nothing about how we commit at all. So I had to explain to them.
Now, can you tell the jury whether, now looking back, thinking about the conversations that you had with Jay Lee prior to July the 8th, whether y'all had any robust or significant conversations about how he uses social media to make connections?
About how he uses social media to make connections?
Yes. On his own?
We never had a conversation about him reaching out to people, no.
All right. And then, how long has it been since you've seen messages that you had with your friend Jay Lee in between May and July of 2022 and now?
How long has it been since I saw? I don't go back and look at the messages. It's been 2 years.
It's been 2 years.
Since y'all just showed me that text thread.
One conversation about sexual activity. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Say it one more time.
When Mr. Horan asked you about a specific, I don't know, maybe 4 lines of conversation back in June of 2022. Did you remember that? Did you remember that conversation?
Did I remember the conversation after reading it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. But prior to being confronted with it, you didn't recall that?
Absolutely not.
I wanted to be more specific about when I asked you earlier about, do you recall whether you had significant conversations with Jay Lee about his using social media to make connections? Do you remember that question?
That you just asked me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On cross-examination, you were asked about whether you had conversations with Jay Lee, actually you were asked about two apps, Jacked and Grinder,
Correct.
and BLK, which you didn't know anything about. All right. Can you recall right now, tell the jury, whether you and Jay Lee had any conversations about his use of those two sites, Jacked and Grinder, in order to make hookups for himself?
We never had a conversation saying, hey, I use this app, or he never had a conversation with me saying, hey, I use these apps to hook up with people.
Okay. So the primary interest in that was you explaining to law enforcement what they were?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, so this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Just stay right there for just a minute. Figures. Look for the jury. It's 4:47. We're not going to get any substantial headway made before 5 o'clock. I'm going to let y'all be excused for tonight. I'm going to let y'all lined up to go eat somewhere here in Oxford. I'm pretty good, I think, anyway. I had never been there. Y'all give me the report back tomorrow. I want to go. I'm going to instruct you once again. Don't discuss the case. Don't matter what discuss the case with you. Don't press or form any opinion. Don't investigate the case in any way. Anyone tries to discuss the case with you, tell them to stop. If they persist, let me know. Y'all have a good evening. We will start back at 9 in the morning. Everything goes. We don't take speak on a little date today because we kept the update last night. Thank y'all for y'all's service, and I will see y'all in the morning. It's not about Mr. Fears. Hey, Kevin, let me try this second. Mr. Fears, did you travel to Savannah?
I did.
Was it subpoenaed by both parties or one?
Was not subpoenaed by the defense yet.
Yes. What do you want to tell Mr. Fears?
Give him some contact information. I'm getting him back. I can get him subpoenaed. I don't want him not to go home right now if he wants to go home.
Mr. Fears, let me ask you this. If the defense may call you, and it could be sometime next week before that, may or may not. I don't want you to have to stick around here, but will you give me your assurance if we get some contact information and we call and give you some notice that you'll come back?
I would need pretty good bit of notice. I'd have to let my supervisors know, and I'd have to plan ahead to travel 5 hours back and forth.
If you'll give me his contact information, what he's using right now, my staff not only will contact him plenty of time, pay him travel pursuant to the rules as well.
I don't know if this is the court equipped to do like remote type testimony, like a closed circuit system?
We could do that if we had to.
Fine with me, Your Honor.
We'll do that. If we have to hear from you again, we'll set up a Zoom call or something with you, okay? That'd be better than you coming back from Atlanta.
That'd be great.
But I want you to make sure all these people have good contact information on you so that we could, if need be, I'm to be honest with you, I'm sort of skeptical if need be will get here.
I don't want to impose upon Mr. Spears. I know he had to travel a long way.
But give them your contact information. We'll be back in touch with you. If we need you, we'll set you up on a Zoom call or something.
Okay.
All right. Anything else before we break for the evening? All right. I will. I'll be here before 9 in the morning. We'll have the jury here ready to kick off. I'll be here by no later than 8:45. I would encourage the attorneys to be here as well so that we can take up any matter before the jury gets here. Okay. All right. That being said, court be in recess until 9 in the morning. Thank you for being here, Mr. Spears.
Your Honor,
yes,
I need to get you
hey, Mr. Spears,
for Mr. Fears.
I'm gonna sign the mileage for the current rate, not the
67.
whatever the current rate is anyway.
Working at. Where are you working at? I'm working.
Well, I think they were thinking